Story 1. My boyfriend disappeared with my car to look for a job, and I tracked him to a luxury motel with another woman without him knowing. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. I handed over my keys that Wednesday morning without a second thought. My boyfriend needed my luxury sedan for a job interview at some insurance company, and his car had supposedly died the night before. Couldn't risk being late or breaking down halfway there, he said. I remember feeling almost proud, like finally he was taking his career seriously, finally making moves toward the future we'd been talking about. For months he'd been floating between jobs, always having reasons why positions didn't work out, why employers didn't appreciate his skills, why the timing wasn't quite right. This interview felt different. He'd been excited about it, had spent the previous evening researching the company, talking about growth opportunities and career paths. I'd made him coffee that morning, kissed him goodbye, watched him drive away in my car, thinking this was the beginning of something better for us. That was the plan anyway. Wednesday evening came and I didn't hear from him until almost 8 o'clock. The interview had gone incredibly well, he texted, but they'd asked him to stay for an additional session with a senior partner. Could he keep the car overnight? His mechanic couldn't look at his car until Thursday anyway. I said yes, of course, telling him I was proud of him. I took an early train to work Thursday morning, cramped against strangers, breathing recycled air, and told myself it was worth it if it meant he was finally getting his career on track. By Thursday afternoon, the story had evolved, multiple rounds of interviews, he explained over text. They really liked him, wanted him to meet different department heads, the whole 9 yards. They were fast-tracking him through the process because they needed someone to start soon. I was excited for him, genuinely thrilled. I sent encouraging messages between meetings at work, told him to stay confident, asked what he needed from me. That night, I called him around 9 o'clock. He sounded tired but happy, told me about the people he'd met, the office space, the benefits package they were discussing. It all sounded so real, so believable. I went to bed that night feeling grateful that he'd finally found his opportunity, already imagining how different our lives would be once he had steady income, once we could plan a real future together. Friday came and went with more about meeting senior executives and filling out preliminary paperwork. He sent me a selfie from what he said was the company's executive lounge. All modern furniture and floor-to-ceiling windows, looking professional and happy. I saved that photo thinking it would be nice to remember this turning point in our lives. I showed it to my coworker over lunch, bragging about how my boyfriend was finally landing the kind of job he deserved. She was happy for me, for us. Friday night, I suggested celebrating over the weekend, maybe going out for a nice dinner when he got back. He said he'd love that, but there was one more thing. Saturday morning he called, apologetic but excited. The company wanted to do a retreat, he explained, an exclusive resort where they'd be evaluating the final candidates, all expenses paid. It was essentially a working weekend where they'd assess culture fit and team dynamics. All the final candidates would be there. He had to go. When Saturday rolled around and he mentioned the retreat, I started feeling uneasy. A retreat for job candidates? That seemed unusual, but what did I know about corporate hiring practices at insurance companies? Maybe this was normal for executive positions. Maybe I was just unfamiliar with how white-collar recruitment worked. He assured me it was standard, that all the final candidates would be there, that it was essentially a working weekend where they'd evaluate culture fit and team dynamics. The company was paying for everything, he said, all very professional. I spent Saturday reorganizing our apartment, doing laundry, meal prepping for the week, normal girlfriend things. I was genuinely excited for this new chapter. I even looked up the insurance company online, read about their expansion plans, imagined him thriving there. Sunday night, I finally pushed back. I needed my car for work Monday morning. I had client meetings scheduled, presentations to give, and the train schedule didn't align with my appointments. His response came through around 11 p.m. Just 2 more days, babe. The final decision are Monday and Tuesday. This opportunity is too big to mess up now. They were offering a 6-figure salary, he said. Benefits that would cover both of us. This was the break we'd been waiting for. Could I please just be patient for 2 more days? He'd rent me a car if I really needed one. He'd pay me back for any inconvenience. But please don't make him look unreliable by leaving early. Please don't sabotage this for us. That last line stung, like I was the problem, like asking for my own car back after a week was sabotage, but I pushed the feeling down. Maybe I was being unreasonable. Maybe I needed to be more flexible, more understanding. This was important to him, to us. Okay, I texted back. But I really need it Wednesday morning, no exceptions. Thank you, baby. I love you so much. This is going to change everything for us. Couldn't sleep that night. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't name it. Just a nagging discomfort in my stomach that I kept trying to rationalize away. Monday morning arrived and I had no car and a 40-minute commute ahead of me. I tried calling him around 7 a.m. No answer. Texted asking for an update. Nothing. By 8 o'clock, I'd missed my usual departure time and was scrambling to figure out alternatives. The train would make me late for my 9:30 meeting. A rideshare would cost $40 each way. I called in sick to work, something I never do, citing a family emergency that technically wasn't a lie if you counted my own mental state as family-related. I sat in my apartment staring at my phone, that uncomfortable feeling from Sunday night growing into something sharper, harder to ignore. That's when I remembered the GPS tracker. The luxury sedan came with a manufacturer's app that showed real-time location, something I'd barely used since buying it 3 years ago. I'd set it up when I first got the car, played around with the features for a few days, then forgotten it existed. Now I open the app expecting to see the car somewhere downtown near the insurance company's headquarters, maybe in their parking garage or at a nearby hotel where the candidates were staying. Ocean View Grand Resort, 3 hours away. Parked there since Friday afternoon according to the location history. The name triggered something in my memory. Ocean View. Ocean View. Where had I heard that recently? I opened social media, scrolling back through the past few days, and there it was. A woman he'd mentioned occasionally, someone he'd gone to college with, someone he claimed was just an old friend. Her stories from the weekend showed infinity pools, expensive cocktails with little umbrellas, sunset dinners with candlelight and ocean views, all tagged at Ocean View Grand Resort. My hands started shaking as I scrolled through her posts. Most were generic vacation shots, the kind everyone posts. But then I found it. A photo from Saturday morning, posted to her close friends list that somehow I was still part of. A keychain sitting on white marble, bathed in morning light streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. The caption read, "Best boyfriend in the world, surprised me with this romantic getaway." The keychain was leather, burgundy with brass hardware. I'd had those exact initials engraved on it myself 2 years ago. My initials. My keychain. My car keys. I sat there for probably 20 minutes just staring at that photo, zooming in and out like the details might change if I looked at them differently. They didn't. The engraving was clear as day. As there was no job interview. There never had been. I called my dad. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold the phone. "Hey honey, what's..." "Dad?" My voice cracked. "Dad, I need help. What happened? Are you hurt?" "No, he lied about everything, the job interview, all of it. He's at a resort with another woman right now, driving my car." Silence on the other end, not the awkward kind, the processing kind. "Where are you?" "Home. I don't know what to do." "Do you know where this resort is?" "Yes. 3 hours away. Ocean View." "Okay, listen to me. Take my truck. Keys are in the same place. Go get your car." "Dad, I don't think I should." "Yes, you should. Go see for yourself. Know the truth. Then come stay with us tonight. Your mom and I will be here. What if I'm wrong? What if there's an explanation? Then he can explain it to your face. But honey, I don't think you're wrong." That was all I needed to hear. The drive to Ocean View took exactly 3 hours and 14 minutes. I know because I watched every minute tick by on the dashboard clock, my mind oscillating between rage and heartbreak and disbelief. My phone kept buzzing with messages from him, updates about the final interviews, excitement about the job offer that was definitely coming. Each notification made me feel sicker. Around the 2-hour mark he called. I almost didn't answer, but I wanted to hear him lie one more time. "Hey babe, just finishing up here. They're making their final decision tonight. I think I really got it. That's great, I said, my voice flat. You okay? You sound weird. Just tired. Work was rough. Well, hang in there. By tomorrow we'll be celebrating. I can feel it. This is going to change everything for us. Yeah, everything. After we hung up, I had to pull over at a rest stop because my hands were shaking so badly. I sat in the truck breathing hard, crying angry tears, wanting to scream. How could someone lie so easily, so casually, with such confidence? When I got back on the road, the anger crystallized into something colder, more focused. I needed to see this with my own eyes. I needed proof that I couldn't rationalize away. The resort was even more impressive in person than in the social media posts. Manicured gardens, ocean views, the kind of place that screamed money I didn't have to spend. A valet in a crisp uniform approached my dad's beat-up truck with barely concealed disdain. Just parking, I said, waving him off. The guest lot was where I found my sedan. My beautiful car that I'd saved for years to buy. Sitting there in a resort parking lot 3 hours from home, while its owner was supposedly at job interviews downtown. Seeing it made everything real. Not a GPS error. Not a misunderstanding. Proof. I sat in the truck for a few minutes, gathering courage. Part of me wanted to just drive home, deal with this remotely, avoid the confrontation. But I needed to know, needed to see. The lobby was all marble and floor-to-ceiling windows with views of the Pacific that I was apparently paying for. I spotted them immediately through the glass walls that separated the indoor bar from the pool deck. They were at a table under a large umbrella, completely relaxed. He was leaning back in his chair, sunglasses on, looking content. She was laughing at something he said, touching his arm. The kind of easy intimacy that comes from time, from familiarity. This wasn't new. This was established. This was a relationship. I walked into the bar on shaking legs. The bartender looked up. What can I get you? Wine? Anything? Whatever's open. He poured something red. I took it to a corner table with a perfect view of the pool deck through the glass walls. The bar was nearly empty on a Monday afternoon. Just me, the bartender, and my entire relationship imploding 20 feet away. That's when my 15 minutes of truth began. He had his phone out, and from my angle I could see he was scrolling through messages. Then he turned the screen toward her and I heard him laugh. Actually laugh. Listen to this pathetic shit, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the quiet space. She's asking when I'm coming home again. 3rd time today. It's like she can't function without me for 5 minutes. The other woman leaned in to read and her laughter joined his. Does she really not suspect anything? You've been gone for almost a week. She's too desperate to question anything. I could tell her I'm interviewing to be an astronaut and she'd believe it if I said it with enough confidence. He swiped to another message and I watched his face light up with cruel amusement. Check this out. I told her I need to see a therapist about my commitment issues and she sent me a list of 15 therapists that take my insurance. With reviews and specialties and everything. Typed it all out herself. That's kind of sad, actually. That's kind of useful, actually. She'd give me her organs if I asked nicely enough. Watch this. He started typing on his phone and 30 seconds later mine vibrated in my purse. I pulled it out with hands that had gone completely numb. The message read, "Emergency at the retreat. They need a deposit for next week's orientation and my card got declined. Can you send $500 to my account? I'm so embarrassed. They're waiting and I don't want to look unreliable." I sat there staring at the message while listening to him say, "Give it like 5 minutes. She'll send it without even asking a question." The other woman looked impressed. "You're terrible. What else have you gotten away with?" What followed was 15 minutes of the most detailed confession I've ever heard. He talked about using my rewards points to book flights, transferring miles from my account using my login information that he'd saved when I let him use my laptop. He mentioned charging dinners to my credit card when I was working late, buying clothes at stores I'd never been to, filling up on gas while I was out of town. The other woman asked if I ever noticed, and he said, "She's too busy trying to make me happy to pay attention to details. Plus, I'm smart about it. Small amounts, spread out over time, nothing that would trigger an alert or make her suspicious." What if she figures it out? She won't. And if she does, I'll just tell her it was for us. For our future. She'll rationalize it somehow. That's what she does. She rationalizes everything because facing the truth would mean admitting she wasted 2 years on someone who thinks she's a walking ATM. The other woman raised her glass. To stupid people with money. He clinked his glass against hers. To being too smart to be one of them. I had my phone under the bar the entire time, recording every word. 15 minutes and 42 seconds of crystal clear audio. Every confession, every laugh, every casual admission of fraud and manipulation. When they finally got up to head back inside, probably to their room that I'd unknowingly paid for, I left cash on the bar and walked out. The drive home felt different than the drive there. The rage was still present, but it had crystallized into something colder, sharper, more focused. I had evidence now. Not suspicions, not theories, not paranoia. Evidence. Tuesday became my day of methodical preparation. I called in sick to work again, and this time I meant it. I was sick with anger and betrayal and something else I couldn't quite name. Determination, maybe. I spent the entire day gathering documents. Bank statements going back 10 months, credit card bills, receipts I'd saved, gas station charges, restaurant bills, movie tickets, online purchases. I spread everything across my dining table in chronological order, and patterns emerged that I'd overlooked before. Dinner at an expensive steakhouse on a Tuesday night in March when I'd been working until 9 p.m. He'd come home full and happy, said he'd grabbed fast food. 2 movie tickets charged to my card on a Wednesday afternoon in April when I'd been at a conference 2 states away. He told me he spent that day applying for jobs online. Charges at a men's clothing store I'd never visited. Gas purchases showing my card being used when I knew exactly where my physical card had been. In my wallet. With me, hours away. It wasn't just the money. It was the systematic nature of it. The planning. The casual way he'd woven lies into everyday conversation, creating an entire false narrative while draining my accounts behind my back. I even drove past his apartment complex that afternoon and saw his car parked there. Perfectly fine. No mechanical issues. The broken car had been just another lie in a tower of lies. Wednesday night he came home around 8 p.m., all smiles and energy, still driving my sedan. He'd gotten the job, he announced. They'd called that afternoon with an offer. Wanted him to start the following Monday. Amazing salary, incredible benefits, everything we'd been hoping for. He wanted to celebrate at his favorite steakhouse. Ironic, considering how many times he'd already celebrated there on my dime without telling me. Actually, we need to talk, I said. Can you sit down? His face changed. That's the only way to describe it. Like a mask slipping just for a second before he rearranged his features into concerned confusion. What's wrong? You look upset. Just sit down, please. He sat across from me at the dining table, and his eyes moved across the documents I'd laid out. Every receipt, every statement, every charge. 10 months of financial evidence organized into neat piles with dates and amounts highlighted. What is all this? This is every time you've used my cards without permission. Every charge I didn't make. Every transaction that didn't make sense. 10 months of theft, adding up to $4,867. He started to speak and I held up my hand. Let me finish. Initially, I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe these were legitimate expenses we discussed and I'd forgotten. Maybe I was being paranoid. I pulled out my phone and set it on the table between us. Then I heard this. I pressed play on the recording from the resort. His own voice filled my apartment, crystal clear, detailing exactly how he'd been stealing from me, laughing about it with his girlfriend. The actual girlfriend, apparently, while I'd been playing the role of the financially useful side piece without even knowing it. I watched the color drain from his face as he listened to himself confess to fraud. When the recording ended with him and the other woman toasting to stupid people with money, the silence in my apartment was deafening. That's not, you can't, that was taken out of context. His voice was small, uncertain. Nothing like the confident cruelty on the recording. What context makes that okay? She was pressuring me to talk bad about you. I was just saying what she wanted to hear. I didn't mean any of it. You know how I feel about you. This is just some stupid misunderstanding blown out of proportion. I let the silence stretch between us, watching him scramble mentally for better explanations. His eyes darted between the documents on the table and my face, calculating which approach might work. I was going to pay it back, he finally said. With my first paycheck from the new job. That's why I didn't tell you. I wanted it to be a surprise. I was going to transfer everything back with interest and explain that I'd borrowed it temporarily to cover expenses while job hunting. You know how tight money's been for me. You don't have a new job. You never had an interview. You spent the last week at a resort with your actual girlfriend, using my car and my money. His face cycled through emotions rapidly. Shock that I knew, anger at being caught, fear about consequences, and then, surprisingly, defiance. Okay, fine. I was at the resort, but it wasn't what you think. She's not my girlfriend. She's just someone I've been seeing casually. You and I, we're the real relationship. This other thing, it doesn't mean anything. Casually? For how long? I don't know, a few months, maybe. It's not serious. The recording from Monday was very serious. You called me pathetic. You said I was too stupid to notice you stealing from me. You toasted to stupid people with money while talking about me. The explanations came faster then, each one contradicting the last. He'd been confused about dates. He had definitely done interviews, just not at the times he'd said. The retreat was real, just not official. The woman in the recording wasn't his girlfriend, just someone he was pretending to date to make me jealous. So I'd appreciate him more. The stealing wasn't really stealing because we were in a relationship and couples share resources. He'd always intended to pay it back. On and on until the lies piled so high even he seemed to lose track of which version he was defending. I sat there watching this performance, marveling at how many different stories one person could construct in 15 minutes. How easily the lies came. How quickly he could pivot from one explanation to another without ever admitting basic truth. This was practiced. This was a skill he'd honed over time, probably on other people before me. Around 10 p.m. he switched tactics. The anger dissolved into sorrow. Real tears appeared. His voice broke. His whole body language changed. He'd made mistakes, terrible mistakes. But he loved me, couldn't imagine life without me, would do anything to fix this. The thought of losing me was unbearable. He'd been so scared about his financial situation that he'd made terrible decisions. But it came from a place of fear, not malice. He needed help, professional help, and he was ready to get it if I'd just give him a chance. I'll go to therapy, he said, his voice choked with emotion. Individual therapy, couples counseling, whatever you need. I'll get a job, a real one, and pay back every penny with interest. I'll be completely transparent about everything. Just please don't throw away what we have over money and a stupid comment made to impress someone who doesn't matter. 2 years, babe, 2 years of us. That has to count for something. When that didn't visibly move me, he tried a different approach. Vulnerability mixed with logic. He was sorry, so sorry. But also, wasn't I partially responsible? Hadn't I made it too easy by sharing passwords? By not monitoring my accounts more carefully? By being so trusting? Wasn't there something to be said about the fact that I'd enabled this behavior by not setting better boundaries? He was asking in a way that sounded like genuine curiosity, like he really wanted to understand where he'd gone wrong. But the subtext was clear. You helped create this situation. By midnight, when vulnerability and logic hadn't worked, he pivoted again. How dare I track his location like some kind of stalker? How dare I record him without consent? That was probably illegal. I could get in trouble for that. How dare I not trust him enough to communicate my concerns before jumping to conclusions? I was controlling, paranoid, clearly had serious issues with abandonment and trust that I needed to address in therapy. Had I considered that maybe this whole situation was a reflection of my own insecurities? That maybe if I'd been more confident in the relationship, more secure in myself, none of this would have happened. You're gaslighting me, I said quietly. You're literally trying to make me think I'm the problem here. I'm trying to have an honest conversation about the dynamics in this relationship, but you're so focused on being the victim that you can't see your own role in this. The argument escalated from there, his voice getting louder, my responses getting shorter and colder. He paced the apartment, gesticulating wildly, spinning elaborate theories about relationship psychology and trust issues, and how modern couples navigate financial boundaries. I sat at the dining table, unmoved, watching someone I'd loved transform into a stranger performing desperation. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, exhausted from hours of cycling through excuses, he finally dropped the pretense. His shoulders slumped, his voice went flat, and he looked at me with something approaching honesty for the first time all night. Fine. You want the truth? I did use your cards. I did spend your money. You know why? Because you were so desperate for someone to love you that you made it easy. You think I'm the bad guy here? Look at yourself. You gave me your passwords, your card numbers, your complete trust without me earning any of it. You were so grateful that someone was paying attention to you that you didn't ask questions, didn't set boundaries, didn't protect yourself. This is as much your fault as mine. The words hung in the air between us, sharp and clear and finally honest. Give me my car keys. We'll talk about the car tomorrow when everyone's calmer. Give me my car keys right now, or I'm calling the police. He actually laughed, a sound completely devoid of humor. And tell them what? That your boyfriend borrowed your car? That you gave him permission and now you changed your mind? That's not a crime. No, but fraud is. Identity theft is. Stealing credit card information is. Want to see if they agree with your interpretation. His laughter stopped. The mask dropped completely, and what I saw underneath was ugly. Pure calculation. He was weighing options, considering consequences, deciding how much damage he could do on his way out. He reached into his pocket, pulled out my keychain, the one with my initials engraved in the leather, and threw it on the table hard enough that it skidded across the surface and onto the floor with a metallic clink. Then he started gathering his things, throwing clothes into a bag with aggressive movements designed to intimidate. You're going to regret this, he said from the doorway, holding my actual car keys in his hand, the ones with the electronic fob. The keychain he'd thrown had been a decoy, old keys that didn't matter. When you're alone and miserable, remember that you did this to yourself. Remember that you destroyed the best thing that ever happened to you over some money and your own paranoia. He left at 5 o'clock in the morning, slamming the door hard enough to wake my neighbors. And he took my car keys with him, leaving in my sedan like he had every right to it. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Wednesday became Thursday in that strange twilight state where you're too wired to rest but too exhausted to function. Around 10 a.m. Thursday, I called my dad and told him everything. He listened without interrupting. And when I finished, he said simply, "Get dressed. We're going to the police station." Thursday afternoon, I went to the police station with my dad. He'd called that morning suggesting we go together, his way of offering support without being overbearing about it. He worked maintenance for the department fleet and knew half the officers by name, which helped. But mainly, I think they took it seriously because I had documentation. Real documentation. Not just a he said, she said domestic dispute, but actual evidence of systematic fraud. The officer who took my report was a woman in her 40s named Officer Martinez, who'd apparently dealt with similar cases before. She had kind eyes but a no-nonsense demeanor, the kind of person who'd heard every excuse and manipulation tactic imaginable, and wasn't impressed by any of them. "Let me make sure I understand the timeline," she said, typing notes into her computer. "You gave him permission to borrow your vehicle on Wednesday for a stated purpose, a job interview. He claimed he needed it for progressively longer periods with increasingly elaborate excuses. When you explicitly demanded its return on Monday and he refused, citing the same false reasons, that's when the unlawful use potentially begins. He still has it. The keys he threw at me were to his apartment, not my car." She nodded, unsurprised. "That's what I thought. The car issue is tricky from a legal standpoint. You gave him permission to use it initially, which muddies the waters. But when you explicitly asked for it back and he refused, especially given that his stated reasons for needing it were fraudulent, that potentially becomes unlawful use of a vehicle. Combined with the financial fraud you've documented, we have enough for a report. Let's go through the financial evidence." What followed was 2 hours of methodical documentation. Every unauthorized charge, every timeline inconsistency, every provable lie. Officer Martinez asked detailed questions about each transaction, about when I discovered it, about what explanations he'd given, if any. She made copies of all my documents, labeled and organized them by category. Restaurant charges, gas purchases, online transactions, cash withdrawals. When we got to the recording from the resort, she listened to the entire 15 minutes and 42 seconds without interruption, her expression growing progressively grimmer. When his voice came through describing me as too stupid to notice the theft, she shook her head slightly. "This is damning," she said when it finished. "This isn't someone who made an impulsive mistake. This is calculated, premeditated fraud. The fact that he's discussing techniques for avoiding detection, bragging about specific methods of stealing from you, that shows clear intent and planning." What happens next? We file the report officially. I'm going to forward this to our Financial Crimes Division because the scope of the fraud goes beyond simple unauthorized use. The credit card information in his wallet, you said you saw written numbers. The detective who called me this morning mentioned they found papers with my card numbers written on them during a search. That changes everything. That transforms this from a domestic dispute about money into evidence of identity theft and fraud. Those papers prove this wasn't casual or impulsive. He literally wrote down your financial information to use without your knowledge or consent. That's a felony. My dad, who'd been sitting quietly next to me the entire time, spoke up. "What kind of timeline are we looking at for charges? Given the evidence, I'd expect movement within 48 to 72 hours. We'll need to locate him first, obviously, but the documented refusal to return the vehicle gives us grounds for immediate action. If he continues to possess the vehicle after being formally notified to return it, we can escalate to theft charges." She walked me through the rest of the process, explaining what would happen next, what I should expect, what my rights were as the victim. The word victim felt strange. I'd spent 2 years thinking of myself as his girlfriend, his partner, his support system. Reframing the entire relationship as victimization required a mental shift I wasn't quite ready to make yet. By the time we finished, it was nearly 7 p.m. My dad took me to dinner at a quiet diner where we didn't have to talk much. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, but firm. "You did the right thing coming here. I keep wondering if I should have just let it go, moved on. He stole from you for a year. He planned it. That's not something you let go." He paid the check and dropped me off with a simple, "Call if you need anything." No lecture, no judgment, just support. The days that followed were a blur of waiting and second-guessing. Work felt impossible to focus on. Every time my phone rang, my heart would jump. Was it the police? Was it him? Was it his family? 3 weeks later, Detective Harrison called. "We found him, and we found something else." When I got to the station, he laid out photographs on his desk. Small slips of paper covered in handwriting. My credit card numbers, all 3 of them. Security codes, expiration dates, even my online banking password. These were in his wallet, behind his driver's license, Detective Harrison said. "He was carrying your financial information on him." I stared at the photos, feeling sick. He wrote them down. "This changes everything. This isn't a boyfriend who made bad choices. This is someone who planned to defraud you." Over the next several weeks, they dug deeper. His phone revealed photos of my actual credit cards taken while I slept. Screenshots of my accounts, text messages with the other woman going back over a year, discussing their relationship and his plans to find someone with money. The worst discovery came from messages dated months before we even met. Him and her planning it all, discussing how to find someone vulnerable, how long he could maintain the lie, how much he could take before I'd notice. "You weren't his girlfriend," Detective Harrison said when he showed me the messages. "You were the target from day one." I sat in that police station office and felt something inside me break in a way I hadn't expected. Not heartbreak. That had already happened. This was different. This was the death of the story I'd been telling myself about who I was, about my judgment, about my worth. "I need to see them," I said quietly. "The messages." "You don't have to. I need to see them." He pulled up the text thread on his computer and turned the screen toward me. Message after message between him and her, dated 2 months before he and I ever met, planning, strategizing, shopping for a mark. Her. Found anyone promising? Him. Few possibilities. There's this girl at the coffee shop who always pays for everyone's drinks. Seems lonely. Always alone with her laptop. Her. Financial situation? Him. Works in tech. Nice car. Lives alone in a good area. No ring, no obvious boyfriend from what I can tell. Checks all the boxes. That coffee shop was where we'd randomly met. Where he'd accidentally spilled his coffee and I'd laughed and offered to buy him another. Our cute meet story, our beginning, it had all been planned. I went home that day and threw up. Then I called my best friend. Hey, I was just thinking about. He targeted me. My voice didn't sound like my own. From the beginning, before he even talked to me. He chose me because I looked vulnerable and had money. What? Slow down. What happened? I told her everything. The resort, the recording, the police investigation, the messages, planning it all. She listened without interrupting, and when I finished, I heard her crying. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have said something. Said what? I didn't like him. I never liked him. But you seemed happy, so I kept my mouth shut. I should have told you my gut was screaming that something was off. It wouldn't have mattered. I wouldn't have listened. Can I come over? Not tonight. I need to be alone. But the alone was crushing. I sat in my apartment looking at everything through new eyes. The couch where we'd watched movies. Had he ever actually enjoyed any of them? Or was it all performance? The kitchen where I'd made him dinner countless times. Had he ever appreciated it or just seen it as further proof I was an easy mark? The bed where we'd slept together. Had he ever felt anything real? Or was it just part of the job? I called my mom the next day. Honey, your dad told me some of what's happening. How are you? I started crying. Couldn't stop. She waited. Mom, how did I not see it? How was I so stupid? You weren't stupid. You were human. You trusted someone you cared about. That's not stupidity. That's how relationships are supposed to work. But the signs, hindsight isn't evidence of failure. You didn't see the signs because people who do this are good at hiding them. That's their skill. That's how they get away with it. I feel like such an idiot. I know, but you're not. You're someone who got targeted by someone who does this professionally. It's not your fault. I wanted to believe her. But sitting in my apartment surrounded by the remnants of a fake relationship, it was hard not to feel complicit in my own con. The arraignment happened months later. He pleaded not guilty, claimed everything was a misunderstanding. His family couldn't make bail, so he stayed in custody. That's when they started calling me. His mother, his sister, numbers I didn't recognize. I ignored most of them until one afternoon his mother and sister just showed up at a coffee shop near my apartment. We need to talk, his mother said, looking exhausted. I should have walked away, but I was curious what they'd say. His mother did most of the talking at first. How shocked they were. How he'd never done anything like this before. How they wanted to make it right. Then the sister cut to the chase. We'll pay you double what he took right now if you drop the charges. Why would I do that? Because prison will destroy his life, his mother said, leaning forward. He'll never recover from this. We can fix this privately. He's get help, pay you back. You don't need to ruin him. He ruined himself when he spent over a year stealing from me. The sister's face hardened. You recorded him illegally. Our lawyer says that recording won't hold up in court, and will sue you for illegal surveillance if you push this. I'd researched this already. The resort has security notices posted everywhere. No expectation of privacy. But your lawyer can try. They left after that. The mother crying, the sister angry. I sat there wondering if I was being vindictive. Then I remembered his voice on that recording, calling me stupid, laughing about how easy I was to manipulate. No, I wasn't being vindictive. I was making sure he couldn't do this to someone else. The next day, the sister came back alone. She looked different, defeated. He's done this before, she said quietly. Our grandmother, a college roommate. My parents always paid people off covered for him. I thought he'd changed, but he hasn't. He won't unless something actually stops him. She left me her number in case I needed family history for the trial, then walked out. I called Detective Harrison. I'm not dropping the charges. Good, he said, because we found enough evidence to prosecute 3 times over. The trial happened 6 weeks later. 3 days that felt both endless and too fast. The prosecutor laid everything out methodically. The timeline, the stolen money, the written card numbers, the text messages, planning it all. But the moment that changed everything was when she played the recording. His voice filled that courtroom, confident, cruel, casual. She's too desperate to question anything. I could tell her I'm interviewing to be an astronaut and she'd believe it. The jury's faces changed as they listened. Disgust, anger, recognition. She'd give me her organs if I asked nicely enough. Watch this. Then the sound of him texting, followed by my phone notification. The message asking for $500. His laughter. Give it like 5 minutes. She'll send it without even asking a question. When the recording got to the part where he called me stupid, where they toasted to stupid people with money, I saw one juror's jaw clench. An older woman in the back row shook her head, like she'd seen this story play out before in her own life. The other woman testified next, looking uncomfortable. She confirmed their relationship had lasted over 2 years, that she'd known about me, but believed I was just casual, that she'd had no idea the resort weekend was funded by theft. Did you know where the money came from? The prosecutor asked. He said he got a signing bonus, $10,000. I believed him. My bank representative testified about the pattern of fraud. Small amounts at first, gradually increasing. Classic predatory behavior. The defense lawyer tried arguing that couples share finances, that this was all consensual, that I was just a vindictive ex. But the written card numbers destroyed that argument. The photos of my actual cards, the messages planning it all before we even met. He never testified. His lawyer advised against it. So, I never got to hear him try to explain it under oath. The jury deliberated for 4 hours. When they came back, the forewoman read each verdict in a clear, firm voice. Guilty, 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 guilty. I watched his shoulders hunch with each word. Watched reality finally hit him. At sentencing, the judge looked at him for a long moment before speaking. This was calculated, premeditated fraud, not an impulsive mistake. A systematic exploitation of trust. The harm wasn't just financial. It was psychological and emotional. This court takes these matters seriously. 2 years in prison. Eligible for parole after 8 months. Full restitution with interest. 5 years probation. Permanent no-contact order. He stood there as she read the sentence, his face blank. I wondered if he finally understood that charm and manipulation couldn't save him this time. After the sentencing, I expected to feel relief or closure. Instead, I mostly felt tired. Empty. Like I'd been running on adrenaline for months and it had finally run out. My friend took me out to dinner that night. Not to celebrate. Just to sit with me. How do you feel? She asked. I don't know. Shouldn't I feel victorious? Like justice was served. There's no should. You feel however you feel. I feel sad, which is stupid because he's the one who did this. He's the one who deserves to feel sad. But here I am feeling like I lost something. You did lose something. You lost the person you thought he was. That's worth grieving even if that person never really existed. I started crying in the middle of the restaurant. She just held my hand and let me. The restitution payments started arriving the following month. Small amounts deducted from his prison wages. I put the money in a separate account and couldn't look at it. Felt wrong. Not like justice. Like a constant reminder of how much I'd lost that couldn't be measured in dollars. My therapist, because yes, I started seeing a therapist, had thoughts about that. You're treating the money like it's tainted. Like accepting it means accepting what happened. Isn't it tainted? It's restitution. It's acknowledgement of harm done. Refusing to engage with it doesn't make the harm go away. It just leaves you carrying both the harm and the refusal. I don't know how to stop feeling stupid. What if you weren't stupid? What if you were targeted by someone skilled at manipulation and you responded exactly the way any human being with a capacity for trust would respond? But the signs were hidden by someone practiced at hiding them. You keep looking back with the knowledge you have now and judging your past self for not knowing it then. That's not fair. That's not even logical. It took months of therapy before I could look at the situation without immediately spiraling into self-blame. Months of unpacking every interaction, every red flag I'd rationalized away, every moment I'd chosen to trust instead of doubt. Slowly, painfully, I started to understand that trust isn't stupidity, that wanting to believe the best in someone isn't weakness, that being vulnerable enough to love someone doesn't make you responsible when they exploit that vulnerability. But understanding it intellectually and feeling it emotionally were different things. 3 months after sentencing, I got a message through the court system. He'd tried to send me a letter. The preview showed the first lines. "You destroyed everything we could have had together. You chose revenge over love." I brought it to therapy. "Do you want to read it?" my therapist asked. "Part of me does. Part of me wants to know what he has to say now that he's faced consequences. But mostly I think reading it would just drag me back into his version of reality." What's his version of reality? That I'm the villain. That he's the victim. That if I'd just been more understanding, more forgiving, none of this would have happened. And what's your version? That I protected myself. That I stopped someone from hurting me further. That I chose my own well-being over his comfort. Which version feels true? Mine. Finally. Mine. I declined to receive the full letter. 6 months after sentencing, his sister called. "He's up for parole review. He asked me to contact you about supporting early release." And told him no. But I wanted to warn you in case he tries other channels. "How is he? Still blaming you? Still hasn't taken responsibility for anything?" She paused. "I'm sorry. For all of it. For what he did. For what my family enabled. Thank you for telling me. I didn't participate in the parole process. Whether he got out in 8 months or 2 years wasn't my decision to make. He was released after 10 months. The victim services coordinator called to notify me, reminding me the no-contact order was still in effect, and asked if I had safety concerns. "No," I said. "He's taken enough. I'm not giving him my fear, too. Living in the same city where all of this happened has been strange. Sometimes I see places we went together and feel that sick stomach drop. The coffee shop where he'd invent stories about job applications. The park where he'd text her while walking with me. The grocery store where he'd suggest expensive items then charge them to my card. My best friend came with me one day when I ran into him unexpectedly at that grocery store. Or rather, I saw him first and froze completely. "That's him," I whispered. She looked. He was in the produce section looking at his phone. Oblivious. Same person. Different context. He looked smaller somehow, more ordinary. Less like the monster in my nightmares and more like a sad man buying vegetables. "Do you want to leave?" she asked. "No, I was here first. I'm not leaving." We finished our shopping. He never even looked up. When we got to the car, I started shaking. "You okay?" "Yeah. Actually, yeah. I thought seeing him would break me, but he's just a person. He's not this huge thing hanging over my life anymore. He's just some guy buying groceries who made terrible choices. That's growth. It feels weird. Growth usually does. But mostly I don't think about it anymore. Not every day anyway. I started dating again cautiously. I went on a first date about 8 months after the trial ended. Nice guy, met through friends. Over coffee, he asked about my last relationship. "It ended badly," I said. "How bad?" "He stole from me a lot. It went to court." I watched his face for judgment. For the moment when he'd decide I was too much drama, too complicated, not worth the trouble. Instead, he said, "That must have been really hard. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm still pretty guarded about money stuff and trust." Fair warning. That makes sense. Anyone would be. It didn't work out with him, different life goals. But that conversation taught me something. The right person wouldn't make me feel damaged for having boundaries. Wouldn't call my caution paranoia. Wouldn't mistake self-protection for lack of faith. I watch for red flags I wouldn't have noticed before. I listen to my instincts instead of dismissing them. When something feels off, I don't talk myself out of that feeling anymore. Some people probably think I'm paranoid now. My therapist calls it discernment. There's a difference between being closed off and being careful, she said. You're learning to be careful. That's healthy. Sometimes I worry I'll never trust anyone again. Do you trust your friend? Your parents? Your co-workers? Yes. So you can trust. You're just more selective about who earns it. That's not damage. That's wisdom. Therapy helped more than I expected. Having a space to process it all without judgment. To understand that what happened wasn't about my worth or intelligence. It was about his choices, his character, his willingness to harm someone for money. That took longer to internalize than I'd like to admit. Part of me still wants to rewrite history. Find the moment where if I'd just been smarter, paid more attention, asked better questions, I could have avoided all of this. You're doing it again, my therapist will say when I spiral that direction. You're taking responsibility for someone else's decision to deceive you. Their choices are not your fault. But I chose to trust him. Trust is not a character flaw. Being trustworthy is a virtue. Exploiting trust is the crime. You didn't commit the crime. My dad never said I told you so, even though I'm sure he'd had concerns from the beginning. One Sunday dinner, months after everything ended, he said something that stuck with me. You know what I'm proud of? What? You saw the problem and you dealt with it. You didn't make excuses for him. You didn't minimize what he did. You protected yourself. That takes strength. It doesn't feel like strength. It feels like I barely survived. Surviving is strength. Protecting yourself when someone you love is hurting you. That's real strength. A lot of people can't do it. My friends were supportive in that careful way people are when they don't know quite what to say. But they showed up. They sat with me on bad days. They celebrated small victories on good days. They treated me normally, which was exactly what I needed. My coworkers, who knew what happened, treated me normally, too. No pitying looks. No gossip. Just the same professional respect they'd always shown. My boss pulled me aside once. If you need time, take it. If you need adjusted hours while dealing with court stuff, we'll make it work. Just let me know what you need. Thank you, really. But I think work is the only place I feel normal right now. I'd rather keep coming in. Doors always open if that changes. It helped having that stability. Having something in my life that hadn't been touched by his lies. A year after everything ended, I ran into the other woman at a grocery store. We made eye contact across the produce section. For a moment, I thought one of us would leave. Instead, she walked over. I'm sorry, she said. For my part in everything, I should have questioned more. I should have said something. Why didn't you? Because I believed him when he said you didn't matter. Because I wanted to believe I was special and you were the fake one. It was easier to see you as the obstacle than to see him as the liar. We talked for maybe 15 minutes. Two people who'd been manipulated by the same person. Comparing notes on his lies. The way he'd kept us separated and suspicious of each other. When we parted ways, we didn't exchange numbers. We just wished each other well and meant it. 2 years after sentencing, his probation officer called. He'd violated the no-contact order by creating a fake profile to view my social media. They asked if I wanted to press charges. No, I said. I'm done being connected to this. The last I heard, he was working retail and living with his parents. The felony record made finding good jobs difficult. He'd tried to have the conviction expunged. The judge denied it. As for me, I'm okay. Not perfect, not undamaged, but okay. I kept the car. I'm more careful now about money, trust, who I let into my life. Some people would call it walls. I call it learning. He's out there somewhere living with his choices. I'm here living with mine. I chose self-respect over a comfortable lie, even when it was the harder choice. I still have the recording from that afternoon at the resort. Sometimes late at night, when I start wondering if I overreacted, I listen to the first 30 seconds. Just long enough to hear his voice with that casual cruelty. Then I turn it off, reminded of exactly why I made the choices I did. I'm someone who noticed, someone who questioned, someone who chose to protect myself. And that's enough. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My parents let me live in the guest house. But a few days later, they kicked me out to give it to my brother. When I confronted them, they said, "It's our house. Don't like it? Leave." I never thought I'd be the kind of person to write out my whole mess of a life for strangers to read. But here I am. My name is Tessa. I'm 35 years old, and I clean houses for a living. Not glamorous, I know, but it's honest work and it pays the bills. Most of them, anyway. I live with my 7-year-old daughter in a tiny house in my parents' backyard. Yeah, I'm that daughter. The one who never quite launched. The one who's still figuring it out while everyone else seems to have their lives together. The little house isn't much. 1 bedroom that we share, a bathroom the size of a closet, and a kitchen where you can touch both walls if you stretch your arms out. But it's ours, you know. We've made it work. My daughter has her stuffed animals lined up on the windowsill. And I've got curtains I sewed myself hanging up. We're happy there. Or at least we were until everything started falling apart. Let me back up a bit. 2 years ago, my daughter got pneumonia. Like really bad pneumonia. She was in the hospital for almost 2 weeks. Hooked up to machines. The whole terrifying thing. I have insurance through the state, but it didn't cover everything. The bills kept coming and coming. These thick envelopes that made my stomach drop every time I saw them. I'm still paying them off. $100 here, $50 there. Whatever I can manage after rent and food and everything else. My parents own the big house and the little house behind it. They don't charge me rent exactly, but I pay the utilities for both places. I also clean their house every single Saturday, top to bottom, for free. I grocery shop for them when my mom's back acts up. I drive my dad to his doctor appointments because he doesn't like driving in traffic anymore. I'm the helpful daughter, the reliable one, the one who shows up. Then there's my brother. He's 29, married for 2 years now to this woman who's nice enough but kind of shallow if I'm being honest. He's the baby of the family, the one who could never do wrong, even when he was doing everything wrong. He's had maybe 6 different jobs in the past 5 years. Always quits because the boss is terrible or the hours don't work or whatever excuse sounds good that week. But my parents never push him. They just smile and nod and say things like, "He's finding his path," and "Everyone moves at their own pace." It was a Sunday in late September when things started. We were all at my parents' house for lunch like we do most weekends. My daughter was coloring at the kids' table with my brother's wife, who doesn't have kids yet, but treats my daughter like a little doll she can dress up and take photos with for her social media. My mom had made this huge pot of chicken stew, and we were all sitting around the table passing bread, pretending everything was normal. My brother was going on about some business idea he had, something about flipping furniture he finds at thrift stores. My dad was nodding along like it was genius. Then right in the middle of talking about sandpaper or whatever, my brother looks around the table and says, "You know what would be perfect for us? That little house out back." I nearly choked on my water. I looked up and he was staring right at me with this casual smile like he just commented on the weather. His wife lit up immediately, going, "Oh my God. Yes, we could fix it up so cute. We've been looking for a place to save money." My mother, my own mother, actually smiled like a real smile. She said, "That's not a bad idea. It would be nice to have you close by." I felt my face get hot. I put my fork down carefully, trying to keep my voice steady. "I live there. Me and my daughter." My brother shrugged. "I mean, yeah, but it's not like you own it or anything. And we really need a place to get on our feet." Get on their feet. He's been getting on his feet for a decade. I wanted to scream. I wanted to flip the table. Instead, I looked at my dad, waiting for him to say something, anything. He just kept chewing his bread, eyes down, not meeting my gaze. I left early that day, making up some excuse about my daughter having homework. In the car, she asked me why I was crying. I told her it was allergies. The next few weeks were weird, like that uncomfortable weird where everyone's acting normal, but you can feel something brewing under the surface. My mom started making these comments that seemed innocent but weren't. She'd come by the little house to drop off leftovers and say things like, "This place is really too small for two growing people, don't you think?" Or, "Have you thought about getting your own apartment? There are some nice, affordable complexes across town." Affordable, right? On what I make cleaning 4 houses a week after paying off medical debt. I'm lucky I can afford groceries. But I didn't argue with her. I just smiled and said I was fine where I was. My brother started showing up more often, which was new. He'd knock on my door with some flimsy excuse. He needed to borrow a tool. He wanted to check if I had any boxes. He was just saying hi. But I saw him. I saw him measuring the walls with his eyes, checking out the cabinets, peeking into the bedroom. His wife came by once, too, and I heard her outside on the phone saying, "It needs work, but the bones are good. We can make it really cute." The bones are good. Like it was already theirs. I tried talking to my dad one afternoon when he was in the garage. I asked him straight up if they were planning to kick me out. He didn't look at me, just kept sorting through his toolbox like it was the most important thing in the world. He said, "Nobody's kicking anybody out. We're just talking about options." Options. That's what we were calling it now. "Dad, I pay the utilities. I clean the house every week. I help with everything. We know that, honey, and we appreciate it. But your brother needs help right now, and family helps family." I wanted to ask him what he thought I'd been doing for the past 7 years, but I didn't. I just walked away. My daughter was the one who really broke my heart, though. She's smart. Way smarter than a 7-year-old should have to be. She started asking me questions. "Mama, why does Uncle keep looking at our house? And Grandma said we might move. Are we moving?" I kept telling her everything was fine, but kids know when you're lying. She got quieter, spent more time in her room with her stuffed animals, stopped asking me about her day at school. One Saturday, I was at my parents' house doing my usual cleaning routine. Bathrooms, kitchen, vacuuming, all of it. When my brother and his wife showed up, they had paint samples. Actual paint samples. They spread them out on my parents' kitchen table like they were planning a renovation on their own house. My mom was cooing over the colors. "Oh, this sage green would look beautiful in the kitchen." I was standing there with a mop in my hand, literally in the middle of cleaning their house for free, watching them plan what to do with my home. I didn't say anything. I finished mopping, put everything away, and left without saying goodbye. That night, I looked up rental prices in our area on my phone while my daughter slept next to me. Everything was way more than I could afford, especially the places that would take someone with my credit score and debt. I felt this tight panic in my chest, like I was drowning. I kept thinking they wouldn't really do this. They wouldn't actually throw us out. I'm their daughter. I'm their granddaughter. We're family. But deep down, I knew better. I could feel it coming like a storm you can see building on the horizon. And the worst part, I didn't know how to stop it. It was a Tuesday morning, totally ordinary, when everything became real. I had a job that day at this massive house in the hills. One of those places where rich people live and have more bathrooms than family members. The kind of house that takes me 6 hours to clean properly. I dropped my daughter at school, kissed her goodbye, and drove up into the fancy neighborhood with my supplies. I was about 2 hours in, scrubbing the master bathroom shower, when my phone buzzed. A message notification from my daughter. She has this old tablet I got her at a thrift store, mostly so she can do homework and watch videos. And it connects to messaging when there's Wi-Fi. I figured it was just her saying hi or sending me one of those silly emoji combinations she likes. I opened it and there was a video file. The thumbnail was just the carpet of my parents' living room. I almost didn't watch it, figured she'd accidentally recorded something, but then I saw it was like 9 minutes long. I pressed play, wiping my wet hands on my jeans. The first few seconds were just her voice, sweet and small. "Hi, Mama. Love you. You're working hard today, right? I'm going to send this later." Then I heard rustling sounds like she'd set the tablet down and walked away, maybe to get a snack or something. The recording kept going, just background noise at first. Then I heard my brother's voice clear as day. "So we're doing this next week? You talked to them?" My father's voice, gruff. "Yeah, I talked to them. It's our property. We can do what we want with it." I stopped scrubbing. I stood there in that fancy bathroom holding my phone with wet hands, feeling my heart start to race. My brother again. And she's definitely going to leave without a fight because I don't want drama. My mother's voice now sharp. She'll be upset, but she'll understand. She's always been dramatic about everything. She'll leave. Dramatic. She called me dramatic. My brother's wife chimed in, her voice bright and excited. I already ordered the furniture. It's being delivered on Monday. We can start painting this weekend. They were laughing. They were actually laughing. My father said something I couldn't quite hear, and my mother responded, "She can find an apartment. It's time she learned to stand on her own feet. Anyway, we've babied her long enough." Babied me. I've been paying their utilities and cleaning their house for free while working myself to the bone and paying off medical debt from saving my daughter's life. That's being babied. I sat down on the edge of that stranger's bathtub and played the video again and again. I wanted to make sure I'd heard it right, that I wasn't imagining things. But no, it was all there. Every word crystal clear. My hands were shaking. I felt like I might throw up. This wasn't just them thinking about it anymore. This was a plan, a done deal. They'd already decided. My brother was already ordering furniture. They were painting my house this weekend, and I was expected to just quietly disappear. I couldn't finish the job. I texted the client that I had a family emergency and would have to come back tomorrow. Then I just left. I sat in my car in their circular driveway for 20 minutes, crying so hard I couldn't see. I tried calling my best friend, but she didn't answer. She was at work. I needed to get my daughter from school. I needed to figure out what to do, but mostly I just needed to breathe, and I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard my mother's voice. She'll leave, like it was nothing, like I was nothing. I drove to the school an hour early and just sat in the parking lot waiting, staring at nothing, trying to figure out how your own family decides you're disposable. I picked up my daughter from school, trying to act normal, but she knew something was wrong the second she got in the car. Kids always know. She climbed into her booster seat and looked at my face. I tried to fix my makeup, but my eyes were still red and puffy. "Are you sick, Mama?" "Just tired, baby." I lied. Long day. We drove home in silence. Well, she chatted about her day, about cookies at snack time and butterflies in science, but I barely heard her. My mind was spinning. What was I supposed to do? Confront them? Pack and leave on my own terms? Call a lawyer? Could I even afford a lawyer? When we pulled into my parents' driveway, my stomach dropped. My brother's car was there, and there were bags, black trash bags, piled up near the little house. My house. I parked and told my daughter to wait in the car. She protested, but I used my serious voice and she stayed put, watching through the window with big, worried eyes. I walked toward the little house and the door was wide open. Inside, my brother and his wife were literally going through my things. My clothes being shoved into trash bags, my daughter's toys in cardboard boxes, the framed pictures I had on the wall. Ones of my daughter at different ages, ones of my grandmother who passed away, stacked carelessly on the floor. I lost it. I just completely lost it. "What the hell are you doing?" I was screaming. I didn't mean to scream, but it just came out. My brother barely looked up. "We're moving in this weekend. Mom said you knew." I didn't know anything. This is my house. His wife stopped folding my sweater, and gave me this condescending look. "It's not technically your house, though. It belongs to your parents." I wanted to hit her. I've never wanted to hit someone so badly in my life. Instead, I grabbed the sweater out of her hands. "Get out. Get out right now." That's when my mother appeared in the doorway. My father was behind her, hanging back like he always does. My mother's face was calm, almost cold. "We need to talk," she said. "About you throwing me out?" "Yeah, I think we do need to talk about that." She sighed like I was being difficult. "Nobody's throwing you out. We're asking you to find your own place. You're 35 years old. It's time. I pay your utilities. I clean your house. I help with everything. And we've let you live here rent-free for 7 years." My father finally spoke up, still not looking at me directly. "We think that's been generous enough." Generous? They thought they'd been generous. My daughter's school is here. Her friends are here. We have nowhere to go. My mother crossed her arms. That's not our problem. You should have been planning for this. You can't expect to live off us forever. Live off them. While I worked 4 jobs and they lived comfortably off my father's pension and my free labor. My brother cut in. Look, we need this place. We're trying to save money and start our lives. And what am I trying to do? My voice cracked. I hated that it cracked. I have a child. I have medical debt. I'm doing everything I can. That's your choice, my mother said flatly. These are the consequences of your choices. My choices. Getting my daughter emergency medical care was a choice now. I looked at my father, begging him with my eyes to say something, to stand up for me, to be my dad. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, looking at the ground. You have until Monday, my mother said. After that, we're changing the locks. She turned and walked away. My father followed her like a shadow. My brother gave me an awkward shrug and went back to packing my things into garbage bags like they were trash. I went back to the car where my daughter was waiting, her little face pressed against the window. When I got in, she asked, Mama, why are all our things outside? I couldn't answer. I just started the car and drove away, not knowing where we were going, just knowing we couldn't stay. I drove around for an hour with no destination, just burning gas I couldn't afford to waste. My daughter kept asking questions I couldn't answer. Finally, I pulled into a fast food parking lot and called the only person I could think of, my best friend since childhood. Her name's Riley, and she's been through her own share of hard times, so I knew she'd understand. She answered on the second ring. Hey, what's up? I couldn't even get words out at first, just this embarrassing sobbing sound. Tessa, what happened? Where are you? I managed to tell her between gasping breaths what had just happened. She didn't hesitate. Come to my place right now. I'm serious. Come over. Riley lives in a small apartment with her husband and their 15-year-old son. It's not big. 2 bedrooms, cramped kitchen, 1 bathroom. But when she opened the door and saw us standing there, she didn't even blink. She just pulled me into a hug and told my daughter to come inside and pick out a movie to watch. That first night, my daughter and I slept on their couch. Well, she slept. I mostly stared at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of someone else's home, feeling like a complete failure. I'm 35 years old and homeless with a 7-year-old. How did I let this happen? The next morning, Riley sat me down with coffee while the kids were watching cartoons. You can stay as long as you need, she said. I mean it. I can't impose like that. You have your own family. You are my family. Don't be stupid. Riley works cleaning houses, too. That's actually how we reconnected a few years back, running into each other at a supply store. But she also does something else. She makes these videos for social media, teaching people cleaning hacks and showing before and after shots of tough jobs. She's got maybe 80,000 followers. Nothing huge, but enough that she makes some extra money from it. Her husband works construction, and between them, they get by. I spent the next few days in a fog. I'd go to my cleaning jobs, come back, help around Riley's apartment, and try to figure out what to do next. The rental prices I found online were impossible. Everything required first month, last month, and a deposit I didn't have. My credit was shot from the medical bills. I felt trapped. On Saturday morning, Riley was in the kitchen filming one of her videos. She was trying to clean her stovetop, which was covered in these baked-on grease stains that wouldn't budge. She tried 3 different products and nothing was working. She was getting frustrated. I watched her struggle for a bit, then remembered something my grandmother used to make. It was this weird mixture stuff you'd never think to combine, but it worked like magic. My grandmother had learned it from her mother. Some old recipe that never got written down anywhere. Want me to try something? I offered. At this point, I'll try anything. I went through Riley's cabinets and found what I needed. Just regular stuff you'd have in any kitchen, but mixed in a specific way with specific amounts. I made a small batch and applied it to the worst spot on her stove. We waited about 3 minutes. Then I wiped it with a cloth. The grease came off like butter, just completely gone. No scrubbing, no struggle. The stovetop looked brand new. Riley's jaw dropped. What the hell did you just do? What was that? Something my grandma taught me. I've been using it for years on my jobs. She stared at the stove, then at me, then back at the stove. Tessa, do you know what you have here? This is insane. This is better than anything I've ever bought. I shrugged. It's just a cleaning solution. No, it's not just a cleaning solution. This is... She stopped, grabbed her phone. Can we film this? Can I show people? I was hesitant. I don't know. It's my grandma's recipe. I won't share the recipe, just the results. Please, people need to see this. So we filmed it. Quick little video showing the before and after. Me explaining that it was a family recipe but not revealing what was in it. Riley posted it that night. We didn't think much of it. Just another cleaning video in a sea of cleaning videos. By Sunday morning, the video had 300,000 views. By Monday afternoon, over 1 million. The comments were going insane. Everyone wanted to know where to buy it, how much it cost, if we'd sell them some. People were offering money, begging for the recipe. Riley looked at me with wide eyes. You need to sell this. Seriously, you need to make this into a business. I laughed. It sounded bitter even to me. I can't even afford an apartment. How am I going to start a business? You start small. You make batches, sell them online, build from there. Tessa, people want this. Look at these comments. I looked. Hundreds of people desperately asking where they could get it. And for the first time since everything fell apart, I felt something other than despair. I felt possibility. We started small, and I mean really small. Riley helped me buy the ingredients with her credit card, and I mixed the first batch in her kitchen at midnight after everyone went to bed. We found these plain plastic bottles at a supply store, printed simple labels on her printer, cut them out, and stuck them on by hand. My daughter helped with that part, carefully smoothing down each label with her little fingers. She was so proud. We listed them for sale online. 20 bottles at $15 each. I thought maybe we'd sell a few over the next week. They sold out in 4 hours. We made another batch. 30 bottles this time, gone in 2 hours. Riley was filming everything. The process, the orders coming in, me packaging them at her kitchen table with my daughter's help. Her followers were eating it up. They loved the story. Single mom lost her housing, created a miracle cleaning product. I hated being a sob story, but I needed the sales, so I let her post it. The messages started pouring in. Not just orders, but messages. Women telling me their own stories. Single mothers, women escaping bad situations, people who understood what it meant to have nothing and need to build something from scratch. It was overwhelming. Within 3 weeks, I'd made enough money to pay Riley back and open a real business account. We found a tiny commercial space for rent. Just a single room with a sink and electrical outlets, but it was enough. The deposit and first month's rent wiped me out completely. But I had it. I had a space. I bought real supplies, proper bottles, professional labels, ingredients in bulk. Riley came with me to set everything up. We worked late into the night organizing, cleaning, making the space work. My daughter came after school and did her homework on the floor while we worked. The orders kept coming. I hired Riley's neighbor who needed work. Then I hired another woman I knew from the cleaning company I used to work for. They needed the hours and I desperately needed the help. We were making 50 bottles a day, then 100, then more. I started my own social media account. I wasn't as good at it as Riley, but people responded to me anyway. I showed the reality, the late nights, the exhaustion, the struggles of single motherhood and entrepreneurship. I didn't make it pretty or filtered. I just showed the truth. In 2 months, I'd saved enough for an apartment. Nothing fancy, just a small 2-bedroom in an older building across town. But it was mine. Mine and my daughter's. I signed the lease sitting in the property manager's office. And when she handed me the keys, I actually cried. The woman looked uncomfortable, but I didn't care. Moving day was just me, Riley, and her husband loading boxes into his truck. I didn't own much. Most of my stuff was still in those trash bags at my parents' house, and I couldn't bring myself to go back for it. I bought a cheap bed frame and mattress. Got a couch from a thrift store. Found a table someone was giving away online. My daughter's room got the best of everything I could afford. A real bed, a dresser, a rug, curtains she picked out herself. The night we moved in, we sat on the living room floor eating pizza straight from the box. My daughter looked around our empty apartment and said, "Mama, this is the best house ever." It wasn't. It was old and the walls were thin and sometimes the plumbing made weird noises. But it was ours. Nobody could take it from us. We weren't living on someone else's property at someone else's mercy. For the first time in my adult life, I had my own place. That night, after my daughter fell asleep in her new room, I stood in the doorway and watched her chest rise and fall. She looked peaceful, settled. She hadn't looked like that in months. The business kept growing. I was barely sleeping, working my regular cleaning jobs during the day and making products at night. But I was doing it. I was actually doing it. Small companies started reaching out wanting to partner. Local stores wanted to carry my products. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. My phone rang constantly with business calls. But there were other calls, too. Numbers I recognized. My mother, my father, my brother. I never answered. I'd see their names flash on my screen and my chest would tighten, but I'd let it go to voicemail. I wasn't ready. I didn't know if I'd ever be ready. Riley asked me once if I was going to listen to the messages. I told her no. She didn't push it. She just kept showing up. Helping with production, filming content, being the friend I desperately needed. 3 months after they kicked us out, I had employees, a growing business, and an apartment that was slowly becoming a home. I'd bought real furniture, hung pictures on the walls, planted flowers in pots on our tiny balcony. My daughter was thriving in her new school. We were building something real, and I was doing it without them. Every single day, I was proving that I didn't need their charity or their judgment or their conditional love. I was proving that I could stand on my own feet just fine. 6 months in, my social media following had grown to about 150,000 people. I wasn't just selling cleaning products anymore. I was building a community. Women would message me about their own struggles, their own family dramas, their own journey to independence. I tried to respond to as many as I could, usually late at night after my daughter was asleep and the day's orders were packed. A local podcast reached out wanting to interview me. Then a morning TV show in a nearby city. I was terrified, but Riley pushed me to say yes. The TV appearance was surreal. They did my makeup, put me under bright lights, asked me about my story. I kept it vague. Talked about being a single mom, about finding a family recipe, about starting from nothing. I didn't mention my parents or my brother. That wasn't their story to hear from me on television. After the show aired, sales went crazy. I had to hire 3 more people just to keep up with orders. I moved the operation to a bigger space, one with actual rooms and proper ventilation and enough room for everyone to work without bumping into each other. My employees, all women, all with their own hard stories, became like family. We'd eat lunch together, celebrate birthdays, cover for each other when someone's kid got sick. The money still wasn't great. Most of it went back into the business. More supplies, better equipment, marketing. But it was enough. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was actually living. Then one Saturday morning, I got a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. It was my cousin, the one I barely talked to, the one who lived 2 states away. She sounded uncomfortable. "Hey, Tessa. I don't know if you want to hear this, but I thought you should know what's going on." My stomach dropped. "What's going on?" She took a breath. "Your brother and his wife moved into the main house. Your parents are living in that little house now." I went cold. "What?" "Yeah. Apparently, your brother convinced them that the big house was too much for them to maintain, that they should downsize to the small house and let him and his wife take over the main one since they're planning for a family. Your mom called my mom crying about it last week." I sat down hard on my couch. "They're living in the little house, the one they kicked me out of." "Yep. And from what I'm hearing, your brother's treating them like servants. He takes their food, uses their stuff, basically acts like the property belongs to him now. Your dad's pretty upset about it, but won't do anything." After we hung up, I sat there for a long time. I should have felt vindicated, right? They'd gotten exactly what they gave me. They'd chosen my brother over me, and now they were dealing with who he really was. Karma, justice, whatever you want to call it. But I just felt empty, sad. These were my parents. They'd raised me even if they'd failed me at the end. And now they were cramped in that tiny house, being disrespected by the son they'd protected for so long. My daughter came out of her room, took one look at my face and climbed into my lap, even though she was getting too big for that. "You okay, Mama?" "Yeah, baby. Just thinking about some stuff." "About Grandma and Grandpa?" She was too smart. I kissed her forehead. "Yeah, about them. Do you miss them?" Did I? I missed who I thought they were. I missed the parents who were supposed to protect me, support me, choose me. But those people maybe never existed. Or maybe they did once and I just didn't see when they changed. "Sometimes," I answered honestly. "Are you going to call them?" "I don't know yet." That night, I finally listened to one of the voicemails my mother had left weeks ago. Her voice was different, smaller, older somehow. "Honey, it's Mom. I know you're upset with us and maybe you have a right to be. I'd like to talk if you're willing. Please call me back." I deleted it. Listened to another one from 2 weeks later. "Tessa, please. I just want to hear your voice. I want to know you and my granddaughter are okay." Another one, more recent. This one was my father. He sounded tired. "Your mother wants me to call. She misses you. We both do. Things here they're different than we expected. I hope you're doing all right." I played that one twice. Different than we expected. What did they expect? Did they think my brother would be grateful? Did they think he'd respect them? They'd raised him to believe the world owed him everything. Why would he treat them any differently? I couldn't bring myself to call back. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The wound was still too fresh, too deep. Every time I thought about that day, seeing my clothes in trash bags, hearing my mother call me dramatic and say I was living off them, I felt physically sick. But I also couldn't shake the image of them stuck in that little house, the one they'd so easily given away, dealing with the consequences of their own choices. It didn't feel like justice. It just felt sad. Sad and complicated and messy, like family always is. Riley came over that night with wine and we sat on my balcony while the kids watched a movie inside. I told her everything. "So, what are you going to do?" she asked. "Nothing. Let them figure it out. They're adults." "Are you, though? Going to do nothing?" I looked at her. "What else is there to do? Go save them? Let them think everything's fine now?" "I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you seem torn up about this." I was God. I was, and I hated that I was. I wanted to be cold, unbothered, completely moved on. But you can't just turn off loving people, even when they've hurt you, even when they've chosen someone else over you again and again. 2 weeks after that conversation with my cousin, my mother showed up at my apartment. Just appeared at my door on a Tuesday afternoon. I'd just gotten home from a meeting with a potential retail partner, still in my nice clothes. I'd bought actual professional clothes for business meetings, which felt surreal, and there she was in the hallway. She looked older, smaller. Her hair had more gray in it, and she was wearing an old cardigan I remembered from years ago. "How did you know where I live?" My voice came out harsher than I meant it to. "I saw your business address online. I asked around." She twisted her hands together. "Can we talk?" Every part of me wanted to say no, to close the door in her face the way she'd closed the door on me. But my daughter was at a friend's house for a playdate, and I was tired of running from this conversation. I let her in. She sat on my couch, the one I'd bought myself in my apartment that I paid for, and looked around. "You've done well for yourself. No thanks to you," came out before I could stop it. She flinched but nodded. "You have every right to be angry. Angry doesn't even begin to cover it." "I know, Tessa. I know. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry." That word felt too small for what had happened. "You called me dramatic. You said I was living off you while I was working myself to death and cleaning your house for free. You chose him over me and your granddaughter. I was wrong." Her voice cracked. "I was so wrong. And I knew it even then. But I couldn't admit it. Your father and we always made excuses for your brother. Always. And when he said he needed that house, I fell back into that pattern. That pattern destroyed my life. It destroyed ours too. She looked down at her hands. He's not who we thought he was. Or maybe he is exactly who we made him. He moved us into the little house. Tessa. He said the big house was too much for us to handle. He acts like everything is his. He takes our money, our food, orders us around. His wife treats us like we're staff. And the worst part is your father and I put ourselves in this position. We can't even be angry at him without being angry at ourselves. I wanted to feel vindicated. This was supposed to feel good, right? Watching them suffer the consequences. But it didn't. It just made me tired. Why are you telling me this? Because I need you to know I was wrong. Because I need you to know I see what we did to you. And because she started crying. I miss my daughter. I miss my granddaughter. I've missed so much of her life already. And it's my fault and I don't know how to fix it. I stood up and walked to the window. Outside, kids were playing in the courtyard. Normal life continuing while mine felt like it was cracking open again. You can't fix it, I said quietly. What you did isn't fixable. You made me feel worthless. You made me feel like I didn't matter. Like all the work I did for you meant nothing. You kicked me out with a 7-year-old and didn't care where we went. I cared. I cared so much I couldn't sleep. But I was too proud and too stupid to stop it. And now you want me to what? Forgive you? Save you from the situation you created? No. She wiped her eyes. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't expect anything. I just needed you to hear me say I was wrong. That you deserved better. That you are better. Look at what you've built. Look at this life you made for yourself and your daughter. You did all of this without us, and I'm proud of you even if I have no right to be. We sat in silence for a long moment. She stood up, gathering her purse. I'll go. I just needed to say that and to tell you that I love you, even though I have a horrible way of showing it. She walked to the door. Something in me broke. Mom. She turned, hopeful, vulnerable. I can't have you in my life right now. Maybe not ever. What you did cut too deep. But I don't want you suffering either. You need to set boundaries with him, with my brother. Stand up for yourself and Dad. Stop letting him take advantage. He's our son, and I'm your daughter. You had 2 children and you chose wrong. Don't keep choosing wrong. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. I understand. I really do. After she left, I sat on my couch and cried. Not because I was sad exactly, but because everything was so complicated. Because you can be right and still hurt. Because cutting toxic people out of your life is necessary, but not painless. Because even when people apologize, it doesn't erase what they did. My daughter came home an hour later, bouncing with energy from her playdate. She saw my face and got quiet. Was someone here? Grandma came by. Is she sorry? She says she is. Do you believe her? I pulled my daughter close. I think she means it. But sometimes sorry isn't enough to fix things. My daughter was quiet for a moment, then said, Mrs. Johnson at school says sometimes people hurt you and you have to forgive them. But that doesn't mean you have to be friends with them again. Smart kid. She got that from her grandmother. Actually, the grandmother who taught me the cleaning recipe. The one who'd always been kind. Who died before my daughter turned 2. I wished she was here now. She'd know what to say. That night, I made my daughter's favorite dinner and we ate together, talking about her playdate and her upcoming school project. Normal life. Our life. The one we built from nothing. And I realized that no matter what happened with my parents, we'd be okay. We already were. 3 months passed. The business continued to grow. I stopped taking on cleaning jobs for other people and focused entirely on my products. We launched a website, started shipping nationally, got featured in some blogs about women entrepreneurs. It was surreal, honestly. A year ago, I was scrubbing other people's toilets and sleeping on a couch. Now, I had employees who depended on me, inventory to manage, business decisions to make. My parents didn't try to contact me again after that visit. I heard through my cousin that things with my brother had gotten worse. He'd started bringing friends over at all hours, treating the place like a party house. His wife had quit her job, deciding to focus on content creation, which apparently meant posting photos of herself in my parents' house pretending it was hers. My father had tried to confront my brother about boundaries, and my brother had laughed in his face. I tried not to think about it. I had my own life to focus on. My daughter was thriving. She'd made friends at her new school, joined an art club, started talking about wanting to learn guitar. She barely mentioned my parents anymore. When she did, it was casual, like they were people she used to know rather than family. One evening, I was at the production space late, finishing up a batch of orders, when my phone rang. My father's number. I stared at it, debating. Let it go to voicemail like I'd done a dozen times before. But something made me answer. Dad. Tessa. His voice was rough, like he'd been crying or yelling or both. I need your help. My stomach tightened. What happened? Your brother and I got into it tonight. A real fight. He told me to get out of my own house. Said it was his now that I signed it over when I let him move in. He's threatening to call the police on us for trespassing if we don't leave. Did you sign anything? Any paperwork? No, nothing. The house is still in my name, but he's acting like it's his. His wife's backing him up, saying we're unstable and making threats. Tessa, I don't know what to do. I'm too old for this. Your mother is scared. I closed my eyes. This was my moment, wasn't it? The moment to tell him I couldn't help, that he'd made his choices and now he had to live with them. That's what I should do, right? But I heard my grandmother's voice in my head. She used to say, being right doesn't mean being cruel. And my father, despite everything, sounded broken. Where are you now? Still in the little house. He's in the big house. We can hear them in there laughing. Okay, don't engage with him. Don't fight. Just stay there tonight. Tomorrow call a lawyer. The house is in your name. He can't take it. But you need proper help. Legal help. I don't know any lawyers. I'll find you someone. I'll text you a number tomorrow. But Dad, this is on you and Mom to fix. I'll help you find resources, but I can't fix your relationship with him. You need to set boundaries and stick to them. There was silence. Then, I'm sorry for everything we put you through. I should have said that 6 months ago. I should have stopped your mother when she started down that road. I was a coward. Yeah, you were. Are we ever going to be okay again? You and me. I thought about it. Really thought about it. I don't know, Dad. Maybe someday, but not now. Now, I need to focus on my daughter and my business and my life. You need to focus on standing up for yourself and Mom. I understand. And Tessa, I really am proud of what you've done. Your mother's been following your social media. We both have. Seeing you succeed, knowing you did it all without us. It makes what we did even worse, but it also makes me proud. After we hung up, I sat in my quiet production space surrounded by bottles of cleaning solution, feeling the weight of everything. I texted Riley, told her what happened. She called immediately. Are you going to get involved? She asked. I gave him a lawyer's number. That's all. The rest is on them. How do you feel? Tired? Sad? Relieved that it's not my problem anymore. Is that terrible? No, it's healthy. You set a boundary. That's good. But it didn't feel good. It felt necessary, which isn't the same thing. I found them a lawyer who dealt with family property disputes. I sent my father the information and told him to document everything, the threats, the behavior, all of it. After that, I stayed out of it. I had to for my own peace. My cousin kept me updated. The lawyer got involved, made it clear that my parents owned the property, and my brother had no legal claim. My brother was furious, threatened to sue them for emotional damages or some nonsense. His wife started posting things online about being betrayed by family. It was a mess, but it wasn't my mess. That was the mantra I kept repeating to myself. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I'd built my own circus, and it was going well. Still, late at night, sometimes I'd wonder if I should have done more. If I was being petty by maintaining distance. But then I'd remember sitting in that fancy bathroom, hearing my mother call me dramatic. I'd remember the trash bags full of my clothes. I'd remember my daughter's scared face asking why our things were outside. And I'd know I'd made the right choice. Forgiveness doesn't mean reconciliation. Understanding doesn't mean acceptance. I could acknowledge my parents' regret without letting them back into my life. Those were separate things, and I was finally learning the difference. 8 months after my mother's visit, I was invited to speak at a conference for women entrepreneurs. A real conference with hundreds of people in a hotel ballroom with a stage and everything. Riley came with me for moral support. I talked about starting from nothing, about being kicked out and finding strength I didn't know I had, about turning a family recipe into a business. When I finished, the room gave me a standing ovation. People came up afterward sharing their stories, telling me I'd inspired them. It was surreal. Me, Tessa, who a year ago was packing clothes from trash bags, now on a stage being treated like I had something valuable to say. The business crossed $500,000 in revenue that month. After expenses and salaries, I wasn't getting rich, but I was stable, actually building something that could last. I rented a small house with a yard, 3 bedrooms, a real kitchen with an island, a yard big enough for my daughter and the dog we'd adopted. A scraggly mutt with one floppy ear my daughter named Captain. Riley was there helping me move boxes, along with most of my employees who'd taken the day off. We'd become a real family, this group of women who'd fought their own battles. The business had crossed $1 million in revenue. I'd been featured in magazines, podcasts, even a documentary. My daughter was in her purple room hanging up posters, arranging stuffed animals. She'd grown so much, confident, funny, smart. She talked about starting a business someday, too. She had dreams that weren't limited by other people's limitations. My parents came by with a housewarming gift, a bird feeder my father built himself. My daughter squealed and hugged them. Our relationship was still complicated. We saw each other maybe twice a month, brief visits, always on my terms. But they'd kept going to therapy, kept respecting boundaries, kept showing up in small ways. I wasn't sure I'd ever fully forgive them. Some wounds go too deep, but I'd found something better than forgiveness. Peace. I didn't need them, which meant I could choose to have them in my life without desperation or resentment. My brother had moved to another state and we didn't talk. I'd heard his marriage was struggling, that he bounced between jobs, angry at everyone for his own failures. I felt sorry for him. He'd been set up to fail by being given everything, never learning that struggle builds character. That evening, after everyone left and my daughter slept with Captain at her feet, I sat on my porch with wine and looked at the stars. I thought about where I'd been 18 months ago, homeless, heartbroken, terrified. That moment in the bathroom, listening to my family plan my eviction, feeling like my world was ending. My world had ended, but I'd built a new one from the ashes. A better one where my value wasn't determined by how much I could do for others. Where my daughter saw her mother as strong, capable. Where I had real friends, real support, real love that wasn't conditional. I recorded a video for social media. Hey everyone, Tessa here. I'm in the backyard of the house I just bought. My house that I paid for with money from a business I built from nothing. I wanted to thank everyone following this journey. 18 months ago, I was at my lowest. My family rejected me. I was homeless with a 7-year-old. Didn't know if we'd survive. But we didn't just survive. We thrived. If you're going through something similar, if someone made you feel small or worthless, hear this. They're wrong. You have value beyond what you provide others. You have strength you don't know about yet. Sometimes the worst thing becomes the catalyst for the best thing you ever do. I didn't plan any of this. Life pushed me off a cliff and I learned I could fly or build wings on the way down. Whatever your cliff is, trust that you have what it takes to survive and then build something beautiful. Posted it. By morning, it had 500,000 views. Comments full of people sharing their own stories, their own cliffs, their own wings. My daughter came out in pajamas, Captain following. Why are you crying, Mama? Happy tears, baby. Reading about how brave people are. She climbed into my lap. Are we brave? The bravest, I said, kissing her head. Later, I went to my production facility and looked at everything we'd built. The shelves of products, employees working and laughing, orders being shipped everywhere. In 18 months, from mixing solution in someone's kitchen to this. A real business, a real life. I thought about my grandmother who taught me the recipe. She died without much money or recognition. but she'd given me something worth more. Knowledge, resilience, and the understanding that value comes from what you build yourself, not what others give you. My phone buzzed. My mother texting a photo of my daughter from last week. Both smiling. Found this. Thought you'd want it. She's beautiful. You're doing an amazing job. I saved the photo. Responded with, thanks. We'd never be what we were before. That family was gone, broken beyond repair. But maybe we could be something new, something honest, where love existed alongside boundaries, where forgiveness wasn't required for peace. That evening, I made dinner in my new kitchen. My daughter helping while Captain begged for scraps. We ate at our table in our house, surrounded by our things nobody could take. We talked about school, new employees starting, maybe getting Captain a friend. We talked about our future like something solid and real and ours because it was. Tucking my daughter into bed, she asked, Mama, are you happy now? I thought about it. Really thought. Yeah, baby, I really am. Good. She yawned. You deserve to be happy. I kissed her forehead and turned off the light. She deserved happiness, too. And she was. We both were. We'd walk through fire and come out stronger. Scarred, but standing. Broken, but rebuilt. Life hadn't turned out how I'd planned, but it turned out exactly how it needed to. Standing in my daughter's doorway in our house that nobody could take, watching her sleep peacefully with our dog, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Complete. Whole. Home. We'd made it. Against everything, we'd made it. And wherever life took us next, we'd be okay. We were survivors. We were builders. We were enough. We always had been. Now on to the next story. Story 3. I organized a birthday party and invited my family, but nobody showed up. Then I discovered they had traveled together. And then I should have realized something was wrong when I started counting the plates for the third time. 70 years of life had taught me that when you start doing repetitive things for no reason, it's because your brain is trying to process something it can't accept. But there I was in my kitchen, checking again if I had enough napkins for 10 people, as if that would solve the fact that it was almost 8 at night and nobody had shown up for my retirement party. 3 weeks. 3 whole weeks I had spent planning every detail of this night. I'm not the type of man who likes fanfare, but after 42 years working at the same accounting firm, I thought I deserved a worthy celebration. I bought the most expensive meat from Henderson's butcher shop. Those cuts I always looked at but never bought because they were too expensive for any random Tuesday. I spent the entire weekend in the backyard pruning bushes that were already perfect and hanging those party lights that Sarah, my daughter-in-law, had helped me choose last month. It's going to look beautiful, Dad, she had said, and I believed her. Sarah had always been affectionate like that, calling me Dad since she married my son 6 years ago. She and Kevin had confirmed their attendance, obviously. My brother Frank, too, along with his wife Janet. My cousins Tom and Rita had called last week to confirm. Even my neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, said she'd come after 8. But there I was alone looking at a table set for 10 people and a grill still hot with steaks that were starting to dry out. The corn I had prepared so carefully was wilting inside the aluminum foil. The potato salad that took me 2 hours to make, following my late wife Margaret's recipe, sat untouched on the coffee table I had covered with the good tablecloth. Initially, I tried to rationalize traffic maybe or some misunderstanding about the time. I sent some messages in the family WhatsApp group. Hey everyone, did you arrive safely? I'm here waiting for you. No response. I called Kevin voicemail. Tried Frank. Nothing. That's when I decided to check Instagram. I'm not much into social media, but Margaret always said it was important to keep up with family life. So, I had installed the app on my phone a few months ago. I opened Sarah's profile first because she always posted photos of the kids and maybe there would be some clue about where everyone was. What I saw made me sit heavily in the kitchen chair. Sarah had posted a photo 2 hours ago, a photo of a casino, colorful lights, slot machines in the background, and in the foreground my family. All of them, Kevin with his arm around Sarah, both holding colorful drinks. Frank and Janet posing in front of an illuminated fountain. Tom and Rita embracing, smiling as if they were having the best night of their lives. And there in the corner of the photo, I saw Jake and Emma, my grandchildren, sleeping in a double stroller. The caption read, "Family surprise getaway in Las Vegas. Kevin organized everything as a surprise for us. What an incredible son-in-law Dad Robert has." I read that about 5 times before I fully understood. They were in Las Vegas, all of them. On the night of my retirement party, Kevin had organized a family surprise getaway and had taken my entire family to another state, leaving me alone with a set table and enough food for a small army. I kept scrolling through the feed. More photos. Frank posting a video of himself playing poker. Janet with a giant drink in her hand. Tom and Rita at a fancy restaurant. And Kevin. Kevin had posted a photo of himself in front of the hotel with the caption, "Sometimes you need to create your own family traditions. Family first Vegas baby." I was looking at that phrase when I finally understood. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't a disastrous coincidence. Kevin had deliberately scheduled this trip for the day of my party. He had organized everything, invited everyone, and purposely excluded me. I got up from the chair with trembling legs. Not from anger, not yet. It was more a feeling of disorientation, like when you misstep going downstairs and for a moment don't know if you're going to fall or manage to balance yourself. I walked to the back door and looked at the backyard. The lights I had hung so carefully blinked cheerfully, illuminating empty chairs and a table full of food that no one would eat. I picked up my phone again and started typing a message to Kevin. I deleted it, typed another, deleted that too. What do you say to someone who just publicly orchestrated your humiliation? What do you say when you discover that your own son-in-law considers you so irrelevant that he can simply erase you from family history with a surprise getaway? I went back inside the house and sat on the living room sofa. It was the same sofa where Margaret and I watched TV every night for 38 years. The same sofa where I held the grandchildren when they were babies. The same sofa where apparently I had become invisible to my own family. That's when I really started thinking. Not about this night, about the other nights, about the other events, about the pattern I had been too naive to notice until now. The Memorial Day barbecue 3 years ago. Kevin had called me in the morning to say they had changed the time to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When I arrived, I discovered everyone was already leaving. They had started at noon as always. "Dad," I said. "Noon." Kevin had insisted with that tone of voice that made it seem like I was becoming senile. "You must have misunderstood. Jake's preschool graduation 2 years ago. Kevin gave me the wrong address. I spent an hour looking for the school in a neighborhood that didn't even exist while missing my grandson receiving his first diploma of his life. When I finally found the right place, everything was already over. "Dad, I'm sure I gave you the right address," Kevin had said. "Maybe you wrote it down wrong." Last year's Thanksgiving. Kevin said they were doing an intimate celebration, just parents and children, and that it would be better if I didn't come because Sarah was stressed with work. 2 weeks later, I found out by chance that Janet had posted photos of the dinner, a table with at least 20 people, including friends and neighbors I didn't even know. When I asked Kevin about it, he said things changed at the last minute, and there wasn't time to let me know. There was always an excuse. There was always an explanation that made me seem confused, forgetful, or simply inconvenient. And I always accepted it because Kevin was my son-in-law, the father of my grandchildren, and I didn't want to create problems in the family. But today, there was no possible excuse. Today, there was digital evidence, photos with timestamps, social media posts, a public narrative that showed exactly what had happened and when. Kevin had deliberately planned a family trip on the day of my retirement party and had taken everyone away, leaving me alone. I picked up the phone again and this time didn't hesitate. I typed a simple message. "Saw the Vegas photos. Hope you're having fun. The party here was great." I sent it before I could regret it. 3 dots appeared immediately. Kevin was typing a response. Then they disappeared. Appeared again. Disappeared. Finally, the response came. "Dad, it was a last-minute surprise. There wasn't time to let you know. Sorry. 42 years working, 70 years of life, 6 years being a present and dedicated grandfather. And all I deserved was sorry in a text message." I went to the kitchen and started putting away the food. Not because I was in a hurry or because I had other plans, just because I needed to do something with my hands while my mind processed the magnitude of what I had just discovered. While wrapping the steaks no one had eaten, I wondered how many other things I had missed. How many other last-minute changes and misunderstandings were actually deliberate exclusions. I finished cleaning the kitchen at 10 at night. The backyard was still lit by the party lights, but now they looked more like a memorial than a celebration. I turned everything off, locked the house, and went to the bedroom, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the phrase Kevin had posted. Sometimes you need to create your own family traditions. As if I were an old and outdated tradition he needed to get rid of. As if my presence was something that prevented the family from being truly happy. At 3 o'clock in the morning, still awake, I started making a mental list of all the family events I had missed in the last 5 years. Not the ones I had chosen not to attend, but the ones I had missed due to misunderstandings or last-minute changes. The list was longer than I expected, and for the first time in 70 years, I began to wonder if I really was as forgetful and confused as Kevin always made me seem, or if there was something else happening, something deliberate, something cruel, something that needed to stop. The following week, I did something I had never done before. I started documenting everything. I bought a small notebook and began writing down every interaction I had with Kevin, every conversation about family events, every change of plans. Not because I was planning some dramatic confrontation, but because I needed to be sure. I needed to know if I was imagining things or if there really was a pattern. Margaret always said I was too meticulous, that I wrote down things any normal person would keep in memory. "Robert, you don't need to write down that you paid the electric bill," she would laugh. "You'll remember." But now this characteristic she considered excessive was proving useful because when you're starting to question your own sanity, documentation is everything. I started with what I could remember from the last 5 years. The pattern was more consistent than I had realized. Kevin never excluded me completely. That would be too obvious. Instead, he created situations where my absence seemed natural, even justifiable. I would arrive late or at the wrong place or on the wrong day. There was always an explanation that made me seem confused or problematic. Emma's birthday party last year. Kevin had told me it would start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When I arrived, I discovered it had started at noon and was almost over. "Dad, I said noon," he said with that patient tone he used when he wanted others to hear how I was becoming senile. "You must have misunderstood." But I was certain he had said 2 o'clock. Absolutely certain. Emma's baptism. Kevin gave me the wrong church address. I spent 40 minutes looking for the right place while my granddaughter was baptized without me. When I finally arrived, the ceremony was over and everyone was leaving. "What a shame, Dad," Kevin had said. "You missed everything." Emma looked beautiful. Every time I questioned, Kevin had a ready answer. And there were always witnesses, Sarah, Frank, other people who heard Kevin patiently explain how I had misunderstood or written it down wrong or simply forgotten. I began to look like the confused grandfather who could no longer keep up with family plans. The most insidious thing was how Kevin made it seem natural. He never excluded me from everything. That would be too obvious. He included me in smaller casual events where my presence or absence didn't matter much. Tuesday dinners, quick visits, things that didn't have deep emotional significance, but the important events, birthdays, graduations, special holidays, those he knew how to sabotage perfectly. On Thursday, a week after the ruined party, Sarah showed up at my house with Jake and Emma. She seemed embarrassed, which wasn't normal. Sarah had always been direct with me. No beating around the bush. "Dad, I wanted to talk to you about Las Vegas," she began while the children played in the backyard. "Kevin said you were upset." Upset was an interesting word, as if I were a child throwing a tantrum, not a 70-year-old man who had been deliberately humiliated. "I'm not upset, Sarah," I said calmly. "I'm confused. Kevin organized a family trip for the day of my retirement party and didn't invite me. That's not an accident." She was quiet for a moment, playing with her purse strap. "He said it was a last-minute opportunity. The hotel had a special discount and he got cheap tickets. There wasn't time to include everyone." "There wasn't time to include everyone," I repeated. "But there was time to include Frank and Janet, Tom and Rita, everyone except me." Sarah sighed. "Dad, I know it looks bad, but Kevin was really trying to do something special for the family. He works so hard. He rarely gets to organize these things. It was fascinating how Kevin had managed to get Sarah to defend the indefensible. She's an intelligent woman with a degree in administration, manager of an entire department at the company where she works. But somehow Kevin had managed to convince her that deliberately excluding the children's grandfather from a family event was an act of love. Sarah, I said gently, do you really believe it was a coincidence that he scheduled this trip for the day of my party? She didn't answer immediately. She kept looking at the children in the backyard. And for a moment I thought she was going to admit what we both knew. But then she straightened up as if she had made a decision. Dad, maybe you should talk to Kevin directly about this. Work things out between you two. Work things out between you two. As if it were a fight between equals, not a systematic campaign of exclusion. After she left, I kept thinking about the conversation. Sarah wasn't stupid. She had seen what I had seen, felt what I had felt, but she was choosing not to see, and that made me question how many other people in the family knew exactly what Kevin was doing, but chose to ignore it for convenience. That night, I called Frank. My brother had always been direct, so I thought he could give me an honest perspective. Frank, I said, I need to ask you something. Did you really not know about my retirement party when you agreed to go to Las Vegas? There was a long pause. Very long. Robert, he finally said, Kevin mentioned that you had canceled the party. He said you were feeling overwhelmed with all the preparations. I had canceled the party. According to Kevin, I had canceled my own retirement party because I was overwhelmed with the preparations. Frank, I didn't cancel anything. I spent 3 weeks preparing that party. I bought food for 10 people. I decorated the backyard. I was waiting for you all to show up. Another long pause. Robert, Kevin said you had called him on Tuesday, saying you weren't feeling well and preferred to leave it for another day. Tuesday? I hadn't even spoken to Kevin on Tuesday. I was certain of that because I had written down in my new notebook all my interactions with him that week. Frank, I didn't call Kevin on Tuesday. I didn't cancel anything. He made it up. But why would he do that? It was an interesting question. Why would Kevin do that? What did he gain by excluding me from the family? What was the benefit of systematically erasing me from my grandchildren's lives? I don't know, I admitted. But I'm starting to realize it's not the first time. After the call, I sat in the kitchen looking at my notebook of notes. Page after page of missed events, convenient misunderstandings, and subtle exclusions. A pattern so consistent it couldn't be accidental. Kevin wasn't just being negligent or disorganized. He was deliberately removing me from the family equation. And he was doing it so skillfully that even I had started to doubt myself. But why? What threat did I represent to him? Why was my presence in my grandchildren's lives something that needed to be eliminated? That night, lying in bed, I began to think about Kevin in a way I had never thought before. Not as my son-in-law or as the father of my grandchildren, but as a stranger, as someone who had entered my family 6 years ago and gradually begun rewriting the rules. Kevin had never been affectionate with me. Cordial, yes. Respectful on the surface, yes. But he had never shown genuine affection or interest in getting to know me better. I had assumed it was just his personality. Some people are more reserved. But now I wondered if it was something more deliberate. He never shared details about his life before Sarah. Never talked about his family, his childhood friends, his previous relationships. When asked, he would deflect or change the subject. I had thought it was normal privacy, but now I wondered if it was secrecy. And there were little things that never made sense. Like Jake, my 5-year-old grandson, didn't look like Kevin at all. Not at all. People always commented on how Emma was the spitting image of Sarah, but no one ever said Jake looked like his father. I had assumed he took after the paternal grandparents, but now I wondered if there was a simpler explanation. On Friday, I decided to do something I had never done before: research Kevin online. Not because I suspected something specific, but because I realized that after 6 years, I really didn't know anything about my son-in-law's past. What I discovered was disturbing. There was practically nothing. No old Facebook profiles, no school or university photos, no record of previous jobs. It was as if Kevin had appeared out of nowhere 6 years ago and simply started existing. I began to wonder if I really knew the man who was raising my grandchildren. And if I didn't know Kevin, how could I trust that he was acting in the family's best interest? That night, something inside me changed. It wasn't anger. Not yet. It was determination. Determination to discover the truth about why Kevin was excluding me from the family. Determination to protect my grandchildren from something I still didn't fully understand, but knew wasn't right. Because one thing I was certain of, men don't spend 6 years systematically isolating grandfathers from their grandchildren without a reason. And whatever Kevin's reason was, I doubted it was something Sarah would approve of if she knew the whole truth. It was time to find out who Kevin really was and why he wanted so badly to keep me away from my own family. The woman who knocked on my door Monday morning was completely unknown, but there was something familiar in her eyes. She was about 30 years old, brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, and carried a folder of documents that looked important. More importantly, she seemed nervous in a way that indicated whatever she was going to say would change everything. "Mr. Patterson?" she asked, checking the house number. "My name is Lisa Martinez. I need to talk to you about Kevin." Kevin. Of course, it was about Kevin. In the last 10 days, since I started questioning who my son-in-law really was, the universe seemed to be conspiring to give me answers. "Come in," I said, offering coffee. Lisa accepted, but her hands trembled slightly when she took the cup. Whatever she had come to tell me was costing her a lot of courage. "Mr. Patterson, this is going to be hard to hear," she began. "But I believe Jake, your grandson, is my son." I dropped the cup. Literally, the coffee spilled across the kitchen table, but neither of us moved to clean it up. "What do you mean?" I managed to ask. Lisa opened the folder and took out a photo. It was an old photo, obviously, of a child, but when I looked at it, it was like looking at Jake. The same face shape, the same eyes, the same serious expression. It was frighteningly identical. "This is me at 5 years old," she said. "And this is a photo I took of Jake from Sarah's Instagram profile last week." She showed me a printout of a recent photo of Jake placed side by side. The photos looked like the same child at different times. "Lisa," I said calmly, "you need to explain everything from the beginning." And she explained. She told me how she met Kevin 7 years ago when he went by Kyle Morrison. How they had a serious relationship for 2 years. How she got pregnant and he disappeared when she was 2 months along. How she raised Jake alone, never being able to find the child's father. 3 months ago," she continued, "I was at the supermarket and saw a man with a child who was identical to Jake. Identical. I followed them to the parking lot and wrote down the license plate. She had hired a private investigator. She discovered that the man was named Kevin Patterson, was married to Sarah Patterson, and had 2 children. But when she saw the family photos, she realized that Jake was obviously her son, not Sarah's. Mr. Patterson, your son-in-law isn't who you all think he is." We spent the next 3 hours at my kitchen table while Lisa told me everything she had discovered. Kevin was actually Kyle Morrison from Grand Rapids, Michigan. He was 36 years old, not 33 as he had told Sarah. He had been married twice before, always to financially stable women, and had always abandoned them after accumulating significant debts. "He has a pattern," Lisa explained. "He finds women with good jobs and financial stability, moves quickly to lock down the relationship, marriage, children, living together, then systematically isolates them from friends and family to maintain control. When they're no longer useful or when he risks being discovered, he disappears." She showed me documents the investigator had gathered. Marriage and divorce records, lawsuits for unpaid debts, reports from ex-wives describing exactly the same pattern of behavior. "He got me pregnant," Lisa continued, "and then disappeared when he realized I didn't have money. I was a substitute teacher at the time, earned very little. But Sarah had a good job, her own house, stability. She was a much better option." "But what about Jake?" I asked. "How did he explain a child to Sarah?" Lisa smiled bitterly. "That's the cruelest part. He told Sarah that Jake was his son from a previous relationship, that the mother had died in a car accident, and that he had gotten custody. Sarah, being the kind person she is, not only accepted raising the orphaned son of the man she loved, but fell in love with Jake as if he were her own son. Sarah had raised Jake since he was a baby, believing she was helping Kevin overcome the tragedy of the child's mother's death. She never knew the mother was alive and desperately searching for the son who had been stolen from her. "Why didn't you try to make contact before?" I asked. "I tried," Lisa replied, "but Kevin saw me first. 3 months ago, when I started investigating, he called me. He said if I came near his family, he would disappear with Jake and I would never see my son again. He said he had enough money to go to another country if necessary. But you're here now?" Because I realized he was lying. He doesn't have money to run. And also because I discovered he's doing to your family exactly what he did to me. Isolating, controlling, manipulating. Mr. Patterson, he's not just keeping me away from Jake. He's keeping you away too. That's when I told Lisa about the retirement party, about the years of missed events, convenient misunderstandings, and systematic exclusions, about how Kevin had managed to make me seem confused and problematic to the rest of the family. "He did that to me too," Lisa said. "In the last months of our relationship, he made me feel like I was crazy. He questioned my memory, my perception, my sanity until I started documenting everything like you did." We both sat quietly for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of the situation. Kevin wasn't just a man who had made some mistakes. He was a calculating manipulator who had built an entire life based on lies and was systematically destroying family relationships to maintain his control. "Lisa," I said, "what do you want to do with this information?" "I want my son back," she replied without hesitation. "But I also want to protect Sarah and Emma. They don't deserve to be destroyed by this. And you don't deserve to be erased from your grandchildren's lives. Do you have proof that Jake is your son?" Lisa took another document from the folder. "I got a DNA sample from him last week. Toothbrush when I visited the house. The results came this morning." She showed me the test result. 99.8% probability of maternity. There was no doubt Jake was Lisa's son, not Sarah's. "Mr. Patterson," Lisa said, "Kevin isn't just deceiving your family about who he is. He stole my son and made your daughter-in-law raise a child who isn't hers, basing the entire relationship on a lie. And he did this while systematically excluding you from the family to prevent anyone from asking difficult questions." I finally understood why Kevin had spent 6 years isolating me. It wasn't because he hated me personally. It was because I represented a threat to his house of cards. As a present and observant grandfather, I would eventually notice that Jake didn't look like anyone in the Patterson family. I would ask questions about the relationship timeline. I would remember details that didn't make sense. Kevin needed to keep me away because I was the biggest threat to his operation. A dedicated grandfather who paid attention to details, who asked questions, who remembered things. "Lisa," I said, "we need to expose this, but we need to do it in a way that protects the children." "I know," she replied. "That's why I came to talk to you first. You know Sarah better than I do. How do you think she'll react?" I thought about Sarah, my kind, hard-working daughter-in-law who had spent 6 years raising Jake as her own son, who had built her life around a man who had been deceiving her from day one. How do you tell someone that everything they believe is a lie? "Sarah is strong," I said finally. "Stronger than Kevin imagines. She'll be devastated, but she'll do the right thing for the children." "And do you think she'll believe us with the evidence you have?" "Yes, Sarah is smart. When she sees the documents, the DNA, the photos, she'll understand." Lisa nodded. "So, how do we do this?" We spent the rest of the afternoon planning. We decided I would organize a family brunch on Sunday, something casual without Kevin realizing it was a trap. Lisa would come as my friend who wanted to meet the family. In the middle of the gathering, when the children were playing in the backyard, we would present the evidence. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Lisa asked when she was leaving. "Once we start, there's no going back." "Lisa," I said, "my family has been being destroyed by a liar for 6 years. My grandson is being raised away from his biological mother. My daughter-in-law is living a lie, and I'm being systematically erased from my grandchildren's lives. Not doing anything isn't an option. After she left, I sat in the kitchen looking at the documents she had left with me. Photos of Kevin or Kyle with his ex-wives, marriage and divorce certificates, lawsuits, a pattern so clear and consistent it was impossible to deny. For the first time in weeks, I felt something other than confusion and hurt. I felt determination. Kevin had completely underestimated who he was dealing with. He thought he was the only one playing chess while everyone else played checkers. But he had made a fatal mistake. He had messed with the wrong family. That night, I called Sarah and invited the whole family for Sunday brunch. "I just want to bring everyone together," I said. "Take advantage of being back from Las Vegas." "Of course, Dad," Sarah said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "Kevin said you were upset about the trip, so it would be good to talk in person." Kevin said I was upset. Of course he did. Always painting me as the problematic one, the dramatic one, the one who caused unnecessary conflicts in the family. "I'm not upset," I lied. "I just want to see you all." Sunday would be the day of truth. The day Kevin would discover he had gravely underestimated the intelligence and determination of a 70-year-old retired accountant. The day his house of cards would finally collapse. And for the first time in 6 years, I could hardly wait for a family event. Sunday arrived with a perfect blue sky and a gentle breeze that made the kitchen curtains dance through the open windows. While preparing brunch, I tried to keep my hands busy to control my nerves. Scrambled eggs, bacon, pancakes, fresh fruit, comfort food that I hoped would soften the impact of what was coming. Lisa arrived at 10 o'clock, 15 minutes before the rest of the family, carrying an apple pie she had made at dawn out of anxiety. She looked as nervous as I felt. "How do I introduce her?" I had asked the night before. "As Lisa Martinez, a friend who lives in the neighborhood," she had suggested. "Someone you met recently and wanted to introduce to the family." It wasn't exactly a lie. Lisa had really moved to an apartment 2 blocks from my house 3 weeks ago, specifically to be close to Jake. And technically, we really had met recently. "Are you okay?" I asked when she entered. "I'm about to meet the woman who raised my son for the last 5 years," she replied. "And I'm also about to destroy her life." "No, I'm not okay." I understood perfectly. Neither of us wanted to hurt Sarah or the children. But Kevin had created a situation where there were no options that wouldn't cause pain. The only choice was between temporary pain with healing or permanent damage without resolution. At 10:15, I heard the familiar sound of Kevin's SUV parking in the driveway. My heart accelerated, but I took a deep breath. It was time to act. Sarah entered first, carrying Emma in her arms. Jake ran ahead as always, shouting, "Grandpa!" before hugging me tightly. For a moment, looking at that boy I had helped raise since he was a baby, I almost lost my courage. But then I remembered the photo Lisa had shown me, her at 5 years old, identical to Jake, and my determination strengthened. "Sarah, children, this is Lisa Martinez," I said when Kevin entered behind them. "She lives here in the neighborhood, and I thought you'd like to meet her." I watched Kevin's face carefully when he saw Lisa. For a fraction of a second, less than a second, I saw pure panic, but he recovered quickly, extending his hand with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Pleasure to meet you," he said. "The pleasure is mine," Lisa replied, shaking his hand firmly. "Kevin, isn't it? I've heard a lot about you." During brunch, Lisa was perfect. She conversed naturally with Sarah about work, complimented the children, made casual questions about the family. Kevin was visibly tense, but tried to hide it. Several times I caught him looking at Lisa with an expression I couldn't decipher, part suspicion, part fear. After we ate, the children went out to play in the backyard. It was the moment we were waiting for. "Sarah," I began, "Lisa and I have something important to discuss with you." "Sounds serious," Sarah said, laughing nervously. "It is," I confirmed. "Kevin, could you sit down, please?" Kevin had stood up as if he was preparing to leave. Now he sat down slowly, his eyes fixed on Lisa. "There's something you need to know about Kevin," Lisa said, taking the document folder from her bag. Or should I say Kyle Morrison? The blood drained from Kevin's face. Sarah looked at him confused. Kyle Morrison is your husband's real name, Lisa continued. He's from Grand Rapids, Michigan. He's 36 years old, not 33. And Jake isn't the son of a woman who died in a car accident. Jake is my son. What? Sarah whispered. Lisa placed the first photo on the table. Her at 5 years old and Jake recently side by side. This is me at the age Jake is now. And this is his birth certificate showing that I'm the mother. Sarah picked up the documents with trembling hands. I don't understand. Kevin, what's happening? Kevin didn't respond. He was looking at the back door, calculating if he could run away. Sarah, Lisa said gently. Kyle and I had a relationship for 2 years. When I got pregnant, he disappeared. I raised Jake alone for 2 years until Kevin stole him from me and convinced you he was his orphan son. This is crazy. Kevin finally spoke, but his voice was shaky. Sarah, don't believe this woman. She's obviously unbalanced. Lisa placed more documents on the table. Kevin's marriage and divorce certificates with 2 other women, lawsuits for unpaid debts, and finally the DNA test result. 99.8% probability of maternity. She said, Jake is my son, Sarah. He always was. Sarah was reading the documents with a growing expression of horror. Kevin, she whispered, tell me this isn't true. Kevin stood up abruptly. I don't need to stay here listening to these ridiculous accusations. Sit down, I said firmly. You're going to stay here and explain to my daughter why you built an entire marriage based on lies. Kevin, Sarah said, and her voice was starting to break. Jake isn't your son? Of course he's my son, Kevin exploded. I raised him. I love him. Biology doesn't mean anything. But you said his mother had died, Sarah whispered. You said you were a widower. I was protecting both of you. This woman is unstable. She stalked me for years. I didn't want her to hurt you or Jake. Lisa leaned forward. Kyle, I searched for my son for 5 years. 5 years. You stole my child and made me think I was a terrible mother who had lost custody. You lost custody? Kevin shouted. You were too young, too immature. I never lost custody because you never asked for custody, Lisa shouted back. You just disappeared with my baby. Sarah was looking at Kevin as if she were seeing a stranger. You stole her son? You stole her son and made me raise a child believing I was honoring his dead mother's memory? You lied to me for 6 years. Kevin realized he was losing. His posture changed, became more defensive. Sarah, I love you. I love the children. We built a beautiful family together. Why would you let this woman destroy that? Because it's based on lies, Sarah exploded, standing up. Everything. Our entire relationship. You made me raise another woman's son believing she was dead. And it's not just that, I intervened, placing my own set of documents on the table. Kevin, do you want to explain why you spent 6 years systematically excluding me from the family? Why you organized a trip to Las Vegas on the day of my retirement party? Sarah looked at me. Dad, what are you talking about? I told her everything. The years of missed events, convenient misunderstandings, deliberate exclusions. How Kevin had painted me as confused and problematic to justify my absence at important moments in my grandchildren's lives. He isolated me because I represented a threat, I explained. As a present grandfather, I would eventually notice that Jake didn't look like anyone in the Patterson family. I would ask questions about chronology, about his past. He needed to keep me away. Sarah was holding her head in her hands. My God, this can't be happening. Kevin tried one last card. Sarah, please, forget these documents. Forget these accusations. Think about the children. Jake loves you. You're the only mother he knows. Do you want to destroy that? Sarah lifted her head and looked at him with a mixture of disgust and pity. I want to destroy this? Kevin, you destroyed this the moment you decided to base our entire life on lies. She turned to Lisa. Do you want Jake back? Lisa shook her head quickly. I want to know my son. I want to be part of his life, but I don't want to hurt him or you. You're the only mother he knows. Maybe we can find a way for him to have two mothers. Sarah started crying. Not the dramatic crying from movies, but the silent, devastated crying of someone who had just discovered their entire life was a sham. Kevin looked at all the evidence spread on the table. At Sarah crying, at Lisa determined, at me impassive. He finally understood he had lost. Fine, he said, suddenly looking very tired. Fine, you won. I'm leaving. Kevin, Sarah said, wiping her eyes. We need to talk about the children, about divorce, about… No, he interrupted her. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to cause more problems. You want me to disappear from your lives? Perfect. I'll disappear. And with that, Kevin walked out the back door. We heard his car starting and then the sound of the engine fading away. We sat in silence for a long moment. Outside, we could hear Jake and Emma playing, oblivious to the fact that their lives had just changed forever. What am I going to tell the children? Sarah finally asked. The truth, Lisa replied softly. In a way they can understand, that sometimes adults make big mistakes, but that we all love them and will take care of them. Sarah looked at Lisa for a long moment. You seem like a good person. Jake is lucky to have you as his biological mother. He's lucky to have you too, Lisa replied. You raised him with so much love. That won't change. And for the first time in years, I sat at the table with my family and felt that finally, we were being honest with each other. The 3 months following the truth brunch were like watching an entire family learn to breathe again. Sarah entered therapy immediately, not just to process Kevin's betrayal, but to understand how she had been manipulated for so long without realizing it. Lisa started therapy, too, to deal with years of loss and the complexity of recovering a son who didn't know her as mother. And me? Well, I discovered that 70 years of life had prepared me to be exactly what my family needed. A safe harbor in the midst of the storm. The children's reaction was surprisingly adaptable, as only children can be. When Sarah and Lisa explained that Jake had two mothers who loved him very much, he simply said, Cool. Does that mean I'll get more birthday presents? Emma, at 3 years old, was even more direct. Is Lisa staying for dinner? Kevin had kept his word about disappearing. The day after the brunch, Sarah found divorce papers on the kitchen table along with a voluntary renunciation of any custody rights to the children. There was also a short note. You're right. I'm not the man who should be raising these children. Take good care of them. Part of me expected it to be a final manipulation, that he would show up in a few weeks wanting to fight for the family. But Kevin knew his own pattern well. When exposed, the best strategy was to disappear completely before further investigations revealed other crimes or lies. Frank called me the following week, embarrassed. Robert, I should have questioned the story about you canceling the party. I should have called to confirm with you directly. You couldn't have known, I said. Kevin was very convincing. He made all of us doubt our own perception. How did you figure it out? What made you start investigating? The ruined party was the last straw, I explained. But mainly I started documenting, writing everything down. When you see the pattern on paper, it becomes impossible to deny. Frank paused. Do you think Sarah will be okay? Sarah is stronger than any of us imagine, including herself. And I was right. After the initial shock, Sarah began to flourish in ways that surprised me. She started going out with friends again. Friends Kevin had subtly discouraged over the years. She returned to dance classes, a hobby she had abandoned because Kevin always found reasons for her not to go. Even her posture changed. She walked more upright, smiled more easily. Dad, she told me one afternoon while we were having coffee. I didn't even realize how much Kevin controlled until he wasn't here anymore. He had an opinion about everything. My clothes, my friends, how I spent my money, even what TV shows I watched. And now I'm rediscovering who I am when I don't have someone constantly telling me who I should be. Lisa moved to the house next to ours, a wonderful coincidence when Mrs. Patterson decided to move to a retirement community. Initially, Lisa had planned to move temporarily just to be close to Jake while they established a relationship. But after a few weeks, it became clear the arrangement was working perfectly for everyone. Jake adapted to the situation with children's natural flexibility. He called Sarah Mama Sarah and Lisa Mama Lisa and bragged at school about having more mothers than any kid in class. When other parents asked confused questions about the family situation, Jake explained patiently, "My dad was kind of crazy, so he went away. Now I have 2 mothers and they're really nice." Emma was initially confused about why Jake had 2 mothers, and she only had one until Lisa gently explained that Emma had a mama and a Mama Lisa too if she wanted. From that day on, Emma started calling her Mama Lisa with the same naturalness as Jake. The most beautiful thing of all was how Sarah and Lisa developed a genuine friendship. They made sure to make decisions about the children together, shared responsibilities in a balanced way, and gradually built mutual trust. It wasn't always easy. There were moments of tension, misunderstandings about boundaries, discussions about discipline, but they worked through each conflict with maturity and focus on the children's well-being. "It's strange," Lisa confessed to me one day while we watched the children play in the backyard. "I spent 5 years hating the woman who was raising my son, but now that I know her, I can only feel gratitude. She loved him when I couldn't. She kept him safe. She's a wonderful mother." And Sarah says she feels lucky that Jake has a biological mother who really cares about him. That many stepmothers face hostile biological mothers, but she gained a partner. Sunday brunches at my house became sacred. Every week, without fail, we gathered to eat, talk, and simply be together as a family. The children knew that Sunday at Grandpa's was inviolable. There were no last-minute trips, urgent commitments, or convenient misunderstandings that could cancel it. During one of these brunches, Jake asked a question we were all expecting. "Grandpa, why did Daddy Kevin go away?" I looked at Sarah and Lisa, who nodded encouragingly. "Jake," I said, "sometimes adults make bad choices. Kevin made choices that hurt people he should have protected. When he was discovered, he decided it would be better for everyone if he went away. Is he coming back?" "No, sweetheart, but look around this table. You have Mama Sarah, Mama Lisa, Emma, Grandpa, Uncle Frank, Aunt Janet. You have a lot of love in your life." Jake thought about this for a moment. "Kevin was always mad about something," he said finally. "Now our house is happier." It was true. Sarah's house, which always had an underlying tension when Kevin was present, now felt light. The children laughed more. Sarah sang while cooking, and Lisa brought a warm energy that perfectly complemented the family. 6 months after the Revelation brunch, Sarah did something that surprised me. She decided to go back to school. "I always wanted to get a master's in administration," she told me. "But Kevin always found reasons for me not to do it. He said it would be too expensive, too time-consuming, that the children needed me at home. And now I have Lisa to help me with the children. I have you for emotional support. And for the first time in years, I have enough confidence to bet on myself." Lisa was also making changes. She got a full-time job as a teacher at the local elementary school, the same school Jake attended. "It's perfect," she explained. "I can see Jake during the day, but not in a way that makes him feel watched." On an autumn afternoon, while the leaves were changing color and creating a golden carpet in my backyard, I received an unexpected visit. It was Detective Morrison from the local police. "Mr. Patterson," he said, "we're investigating Kevin Patterson or Kyle Morrison for possible child abduction and identity falsification. We'd like to talk to your family about any information they might have." It turned out Kevin/Kyle was being investigated in 3 different states for similar crimes. Other families had come forward after Lisa's story began circulating in online support groups. The pattern was always the same: fraudulent relationships, isolation from family support, psychological manipulation, and eventually abandonment when confronted. "Will he be arrested?" Sarah asked when the detective finished questioning. "If we find him, yes, but men like him are experts at disappearing. He's probably already in another state with another name, starting the same pattern with a new family." The idea that Kevin was out there potentially doing this to other families left me uneasy for weeks. But Lisa reminded me of something important. We can't save all the families he might hurt in the future, but we saved ours, and that's already a huge victory. She was right. When I looked at my family now, Sarah confident and studying again, Lisa integrated and happy, the children safe and loved, all of us gathering regularly without fear of exclusion or manipulation, I realized that Kevin had completely failed in his objective. He tried to destroy our family and separate us. But in the end, he only made us more united and honest with each other. On my 71st birthday, the entire family was present. All the people I loved around my table, celebrating without drama, without convenient misunderstandings, without mysterious absences. Sarah made a toast to the father who never gave up fighting for the family, even when we were all too blind to see we needed to be saved. That night, after everyone left, I sat in my backyard under the same lights I had hung for my ruined retirement party a year before. But this time, they weren't illuminating empty chairs and untouched food. They illuminated the memory of laughter, conversations, genuine love, and the promise of many more gatherings like that one. Kevin had tried to erase me from the family's history. Instead, he inadvertently transformed me into the center of it. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My 15-year-old daughter goes to my married brother's house every weekend. When I found out the reason, I couldn't believe it. The age difference between my daughter and my brother isn't that big. She is 15 and he is 20, so they have always been very close. Since she was a child, my daughter has always matured quickly for her age. At 11 or 12 years old, she already wanted to wear makeup and was very vain. My brother and she were at similar stages in life, so they were very attached. When my brother turned 18, he started dating someone, got engaged, and eventually got married. This caused him to distance himself a bit from my daughter, which was natural as their lives were heading in different directions. After some time, my daughter reconnected with him and his wife, becoming close friends with her. Every weekend, my daughter wanted to go to their house, and I always allowed it because I could see they had a good reputation. My brother's wife was very kind, so I always let my daughter go. One weekend, my daughter went to their house but forgot her phone charger. Since my brother and his wife used iPhones, they didn't have a charger compatible with her phone. She sent me a message asking if I could bring her charger, and I said I would. Later, I ended up forgetting about it, and when I remembered, it was already around 11 p.m. My husband and I decided to take her the charger. When we got there, we called, but no one answered. Since my brother lives in the house below my parents', we went in because the gate was open. We walked to his house, and the living room door was unlocked, so we entered. Everything was very quiet, and I thought everyone was already asleep. I went to my brother's room, and when I opened the door, you won't believe what I saw. I entered the room without imagining what I was about to see, but what I witnessed felt like a punch to the stomach. My daughter and my brother were sitting on the bed way too close to each other, and when I opened the door, they jumped as if they had been caught doing something they shouldn't. She was wearing one of his t-shirts, which barely covered her legs, while he was shirtless. My heart started pounding. Every instinct in me screamed that something was very wrong. He quickly stood up, trying to adjust his posture, and muttered something about watching a movie together because she couldn't sleep. My daughter, on the other hand, looked visibly uncomfortable, her face flushed, but she didn't say anything. I couldn't speak either. My throat felt tight. My husband, who was behind me, walked into the room as if oblivious to the tense atmosphere and handed the charger to my daughter. As she took the charger, my eyes locked with my brother's. He looked nervous but tried to force a smile. My mind was racing. A movie at 11 p.m. in bed? I thought, but I didn't say anything. My husband casually asked if they were about to go to sleep, and they both answered almost in unison, yes. Not wanting to prolong the awkwardness, we left quickly, but a horrible feeling gnawed at me the entire way home. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind was a mess. My daughter had been spending weekends in my brother's house for so long, and I had never suspected anything. But now I couldn't ignore what I had seen. Why was she wearing his t-shirt? Why were they so close on the bed? I started connecting things that had seemed insignificant before. The way they exchanged glances, how she always defended him, how he always seemed to make time for her despite being married. The next day, I decided to talk to my daughter. I sent her a message saying we needed to talk, and she replied hours later saying she'd call me that night. When we finally spoke, I tried to remain calm, but my tone must have sounded harsher than I intended. I asked her why she had been in my brother's bed the night before. She laughed nervously and said it was normal, that they were just talking. But her voice was shaky, and it only heightened my suspicion. So, I decided to speak directly to my brother. I called him the next day, pretending everything was fine. After some casual chit-chat, I asked him about the previous night. He gave me the same excuse, saying they were just watching a movie, but his explanation was full of pauses and inconsistencies. When I mentioned that my daughter was wearing his t-shirt, he laughed it off, saying she must have grabbed it because she was cold. None of it made sense. Something was being hidden from me, and I needed to find out what. I began paying closer attention to everything. I noticed that my daughter became anxious every time I mentioned my brother. She was constantly on her phone, smiling as if talking to someone special. I asked her casually who she was texting, and she said it was friends, but avoided showing me anything. One day, when she left her phone on the table, I tried to check it, but it was locked. I knew I had to dig deeper. The following weekend, as usual, she asked to go to my brother's house. I agreed but had a plan in mind. Later that night, I drove to his house unannounced. This time I didn't knock or call. The gate was open, as it often was, and I slipped in quietly. As I approached the living room window, I heard muffled voices coming from the bedroom. I recognized my daughter's voice and my brother's. When I heard laughter and words that sounded far too intimate, my heart sank. My worst fears seemed to be coming true. I took a deep breath and walked in without hesitation. The scene that greeted me shattered me. My daughter was sitting on the bed holding her phone, while he lay next to her, shirtless again. They were too close, too comfortable, and their closeness was anything but innocent. "What the hell is going on here?" I shouted, my voice echoing through the house. Both of them froze. My daughter dropped her phone as if she had been caught in the act, and he quickly got up, stammering excuses. I didn't want to hear any of it. I started yelling at him, accusing him of crossing every boundary, of being irresponsible and disrespectful. He tried to argue, but his wife appeared at the bedroom door, drawn by the commotion. She looked confused at first, but when her eyes landed on the two of them, her expression changed. It was as if she too was beginning to piece things together. My daughter started crying, begging me to stop, saying I was misunderstanding everything, but I knew I wasn't. I don't know how I managed to leave that house with my daughter, but I did. I didn't speak a word until we got home. Once there, I demanded answers, and what she told me made the ground collapse beneath my feet. "We're in love," she said through her tears. I didn't know what was worse, the fact that she believed it or that my own brother had allowed this to happen. From that day, everything changed. I confronted my family, and my mother accused me of overreacting, but I couldn't ignore what was happening. I decided to protect my daughter even if it meant cutting ties with everyone. When we got home, still in shock from everything that had happened, I sat my daughter down on the couch and looked her directly in the eye. She avoided my gaze, nervously fidgeting with her hands, tears still streaming down her face. My husband stood silently nearby, unsure of what to say or do. The atmosphere was heavy, suffocating. I was trying to organize my thoughts, but my anger and frustration made it nearly impossible. "From now on, you're not going to your uncle's house or any other relative's house," I started, my voice firmer than I expected. "I won't allow it. Something very wrong is happening, and I'm not going to let it continue." "Mom, you're overreacting," she cried, her voice shaking. "You don't understand. We were just talking." "Talking?" I snapped. "In his bed while you were wearing his shirt. Do you really think I'm stupid?" She stayed silent, the tears rolling faster. It wasn't the silence of someone being unfairly accused. It was the silence of someone hiding something. I took a deep breath, trying not to lose control. My husband stepped in, trying to mediate. "Maybe we should calm down and not jump to conclusions," he suggested gently. But I cut him off. "No, this has gone too far already. I am going to protect my daughter even if she doesn't understand it right now." She tried to get up, but I stopped her with a sharp gesture. Sit down. I'm not done. My tone was cold, and she obeyed, muttering something under her breath. If I find out you went to your uncle's house or met him without my permission, I won't hesitate to take more drastic measures. And as for him, if he comes near you again, I swear I'll go to the police. I don't care if I don't have clear proof right now. He won't get away with this if it continues. This is ridiculous, she shouted, finally losing her temper. You're going to tear this family apart because of your paranoia. Paranoia? I laughed bitterly. You think I'm making this up? You think that scene I walked into was normal? She shook her head but didn't say anything else. I knew she was trying to find a way out of this, but I wasn't going to leave room for excuses. The silence that followed was deafening. Finally, my husband spoke up with an idea I hadn't considered. Maybe we should take her to a gynecologist, just to make sure everything is okay. My daughter's eyes widened, clearly uncomfortable. That's insane. Don't you trust me? No, we don't, I replied without hesitation. And given everything that's happened, this is more than necessary. The next day, I scheduled an appointment. My daughter spent the day sulking, refusing to talk to me. When we arrived at the clinic, her discomfort was palpable, but I stood firm. During the consultation, I waited outside, pacing nervously. When the doctor finally came out, he said everything was normal. That brought me a small sense of relief, but it didn't erase my concerns. On the way home, I tried to break the silence. This doesn't change anything. You're still not allowed to have contact with your uncle or any other relatives for now. You're not letting me live my life, she yelled, her voice full of anger and frustration. I didn't do anything wrong, but you're treating me like a criminal. I'm not risking your safety over what you think is fair or unfair, I responded, keeping my tone steady. My job is to protect you, even if you hate me for it. When we got home, she stormed into her room and slammed the door. My husband tried to talk to me. Don't you think you might be overreacting a little? We haven't found any concrete proof. I don't need concrete proof, I replied, looking him directly in the eye. My instincts tell me something is wrong, and I'm not ignoring that. If anything happens to our daughter because I decided to be complacent, I'll never forgive myself. He sighed, looking torn, but didn't push further. That night, as my daughter stayed locked in her room, I sat in the living room trying to process everything. My mind kept going back to that scene, to the way they reacted. There was something there, something that didn't add up, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I knew this wasn't the end of it. My daughter was growing more distant, and the looming threat of my brother reappearing hung over me like a shadow. Something told me he wouldn't just stand by, and I needed to be ready for whatever came next. After days of unbearable tension at home, I made a decision. I needed answers, and my daughter would have to talk whether she wanted to or not. The distance she had created with me and the silence that loomed over the house were driving me insane. She barely came out of her room, and when she did, she avoided looking at me or speaking to me. Something had to change, and that moment had arrived. That evening, I went to her room. I knocked on the door but didn't wait for her response. I walked in and found her sitting on the bed, hugging a pillow, her eyes red from crying. When she saw me, she sighed deeply, as if she already knew I wouldn't leave until I got what I wanted. This ends now. You're going to tell me the truth, I said firmly. No lies, no excuses. I want to know what's going on. I already told you, Mom. There's nothing to tell, she shouted, exasperated, throwing her hands up as if begging me to leave her alone. I don't believe you, I replied, pulling my phone from my pocket. If you don't talk now, I'm calling the police. Maybe they'll get the truth out of you. That's insane, she yelled, standing up, but I had already dialed the number. You can't do this. Want to bet? I asked, my finger hovering over the call button. Talk now or they'll handle it. She started crying, tears streaming down her face. Fine, fine. I'll talk, she screamed, raising her hands in desperation. Her eyes were filled with pain, and her voice came out weak, barely a whisper. I'm a lesbian, Mom, she confessed. as if each word weighed a ton. I like girls. Okay? That's what I was telling Uncle that day. I asked him for help because I didn't know what to do, how to deal with it. I was wearing his clothes because sometimes I like to dress like a boy. That's it. For a moment I was speechless. It was as if the world had stopped spinning. Lesbian? Dressing like a boy? It wasn't the answer I expected, and it certainly wasn't the one I wanted to hear. My heart raced, and anger consumed me. Lesbian, I repeated, letting the word escape my mouth like venom. You're telling me you like other girls? She nodded, still crying. Yes, Mom, that's who I am. I stood up, feeling a mix of rejection and disbelief. This is worse than I could have imagined, I said, my voice dripping with disdain. I don't accept this, and I never will. This isn't normal. She looked at me, her face full of pain and anger. That's why I didn't want to tell you. I knew you'd react like this, she screamed, her voice cracking. You'll never understand. You'll never accept me. Before I could respond, she ran out of the room and slammed the door. I stood there frozen, trying to control my breathing. My heart felt heavy, not with concern, but with rage. To me, this was unacceptable. That night, I couldn't sleep. Her words echoed in my mind, but there was something else I couldn't ignore. My brother knew. He knew all of this and kept it from me. The next day, I decided to confront him. I got in the car and drove straight to his house. When I arrived, I pounded on the door, impatient and furious. He opened it, looking surprised and tense. You knew, didn't you? I demanded, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. I turned to face him in the living room. You knew she's a lesbian, and you didn't tell me. He sighed, closing the door slowly. Yes, I knew, he admitted calmly. But that was something she needed to tell you, not me. She needed to tell me, I shouted, my voice full of indignation. And you decided to stay quiet? I'm her mother. I had the right to know. Exactly, and that's why I stayed quiet, he said, crossing his arms. Because I knew you wouldn't accept it, and clearly I was right. Don't you dare judge me. This is your fault. I screamed, my anger building with every word. You encouraged her, didn't you? You made her think this is normal. Normal? He repeated, shaking his head, visibly irritated. Do you really think being who she is needs your approval? I didn't encourage anything. I listened because she needed someone, and clearly, that someone wasn't you. His words hit me like a slap in the face. So this is how it is, huh? You think you're on the right side? Well, from now on, we're done. You chose to stand against me. He didn't respond immediately. He just looked at me, his expression weary. If that's what you want, fine. But remember, you're not just cutting ties with me. You're pushing your daughter away too. I turned and left, slamming the door behind me. On the drive home, my mind was in turmoil. My daughter was no longer speaking to me, my brother was now out of my life, and everything around me felt like it was falling apart. But even so, I refused to give in. Later that evening, my husband tried once again to reason with me. You need to accept our daughter. She's suffering, and you're making it worse. I'm not going to accept this, I replied, my voice full of conviction. This isn't normal, and I won't pretend it is. He sighed, clearly exhausted by the situation. Then you're going to lose her, and maybe in the end, you'll lose me too. His words stung, but not enough to change how I felt. I knew my family was on the brink of collapse, but to me, giving in wasn't an option. This truth was worse than anything I could have imagined, and accepting it never crossed my mind. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I'm Alex, 28, and I swear my family has been on a lifelong mission to make me feel like the odd one out. If you've ever been the disappointment child, you'll know exactly what I mean. That invisible label that follows you into every family gathering, every holiday dinner, every phone call. Growing up, my brother Daniel was the golden boy, straight A student, football team captain, parents' pride and joy. And me, I was the quiet kid who liked sketching cars in the margins of my homework and building little contraptions in the garage. No trophies, no medals, no look how amazing our son is moments. Just me trying to stay out of the way. By the time we were adults, the favoritism wasn't subtle anymore. I'd show up to birthdays and get polite nods while Daniel would walk in and the room would light up like a Christmas tree. It was the kind of dynamic you try to laugh off in your 20s, but deep down it leaves a bruise. I kept my distance as much as I could. Moved into my own place, got a decent job in IT, and kept contact minimal. Not because I hated them, but because I was tired of feeling like I had to prove I was worth a seat at the table. Then last month, I got a group text from Mom. Big news. Daniel is engaged. There was a flurry of heart emojis and congratulations from everyone, including relatives I hadn't heard from in years. I sent a quick congrats and figured that was the end of it. But a week later, I found out through Facebook, not even from my family, that there was an engagement party coming up at this fancy vineyard just outside the city. Pictures of the invitation were posted by my aunt, and every cousin was commenting about what they were going to wear. I called Mom, trying to be casual. Hey, so are we all going to the engagement party? What should I bring? There was a pause on the other end. Then her voice went soft like she was trying to let me down gently. Oh, Alex, honey, this is just for the kids who make us proud. I blinked, stunned. I'm sorry. What? Before she could say more, I heard Dad's voice in the background, laughing. You'd ruin the pictures anyway. He called out like it was some kind of joke. I just sat there holding my phone, feeling my ears go hot. Right? I finally said, my voice flat. Got it. It would have been bad enough if it ended there, but word travels fast in my family. The next day, my brother texted me, finally, a party without the embarrassment. No offense. No offense. I stared at that message for a good minute before I shut my phone off. And just when I thought I'd hit my limit, my grandma, the one person I thought might actually have my back, called me and said almost cheerfully, you know, Alex, some people just don't deserve a seat at the table. That one hurt more than I expected. I hung up and sat in silence for a long time, feeling this mix of anger, shame, and something else I couldn't quite name. I'd always been good at swallowing things, but this time it didn't sit right. Something in me shifted that day. I didn't say anything to them. I didn't send angry texts or make a scene online. I just watched from the sidelines as they posted more and more about this big perfect event they were planning. The catering, the decorations, the designer suits. Everyone gushing about how it was going to be the party of the year. And then last week, I got a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't pick up, but curiosity got the better of me. Hi, is this Alex? A polite voice asked. I'm calling from Greenleaf Vineyards about the upcoming engagement party. We've been trying to get in touch with your parents, but the deposit deadline has passed and the bill is still unpaid. Could you let them know? I sat there in stunned silence for a second. Then something slow and cold started to curl in my chest. Yeah, I said finally, my voice steady. I'll let them know. And I hung up, smiling for the first time in weeks. I didn't tell them about the call right away. Honestly, I wanted to sit with it for a while, let the absurdity of the situation sink in. They had spent weeks making it clear that I wasn't welcome. And now, at the first sign of trouble, the vineyard had called me. Not Mom, not Dad, not Daniel, me. The embarrassment. At first, I thought maybe it was just some clerical error. Maybe they'd already paid and this was a harmless mix-up. But then 2 days later, I got a second call. This time, it was the vineyard manager herself. Hi, Alex. Sorry to bother you again, but we really do need to settle the balance. The event is 2 weeks away, and if we don't get payment soon, we'll have to release the date to someone else. I could almost picture it. Daniel's fiancée already posting aesthetic Pinterest boards about her dream engagement party. Mom bragging about the vineyard on Facebook. Dad polishing his speech. All of it hanging by a thread. And for once, I wasn't the one being left out. I decided to keep quiet a little longer. Maybe that sounds petty, but you have to understand. I'd spent years being left out of group chats, forgetting to be invited to family dinners, having my accomplishments brushed off as if they were footnotes. Oh, Alex fixed someone's network outage. Cute. Daniel just got promoted to manager. This was the first time the universe had tossed me a bit of leverage, and I wasn't about to waste it. The next time I saw them was at Sunday dinner. I almost didn't go. After all, I wasn't exactly proud kid material, but something in me wanted to see how far they'd go before someone mentioned the vineyard problem. I showed up right on time, but the moment I walked through the door, the conversation stopped for half a second, like they hadn't expected me to actually come. Mom forced a smile. "Oh, Alex, you made it." "Yeah," I said simply, shrugging out of my jacket. Dinner was the usual show. Dad bragging about Daniel's latest work achievement. Mom fussing over Daniel's fiancée and how radiant she looked. Grandma asking loudly if anyone had heard from my cousin Greg, who hasn't called anyone in 6 months. It was like I wasn't even there until the topic inevitably circled back to the engagement party. "Everything's almost set," Mom was saying. "The florist confirmed. The DJ's booked. It's going to be just perfect. Except the vineyard still doesn't have a check," I said casually, reaching for the mashed potatoes. The entire table went silent. Daniel looked up sharply. "What are you talking about?" I shrugged, keeping my face neutral. "They called me last week. Said the balance wasn't paid." Mom's face went red. "They called you? Why would they call you?" I tilted my head. "I guess I was listed as an emergency contact or something. They said if it doesn't get paid soon, they'll have to cancel." Daniel scowled. "That's ridiculous. I gave Dad the deposit weeks ago." Dad waved his hand dismissively. "It's handled. Don't worry about it." But I noticed the quick flicker in his expression, that tiny flash of unease before he turned back to his wine glass. I didn't push it. Not yet. The rest of dinner went on, but there was a tension under the surface now. Mom was quieter. Daniel kept checking his phone, and Dad got up twice to take a quick call. I just ate my food, smiled politely, and let them stew. Over the next week, I started noticing little cracks forming. Daniel posted less about the party on social media. Mom called me one night, which she never does, just to check in. She tried to slip in a question about whether the vineyard had called me again, and I played dumb. "Oh, I don't know. I get so many robocalls these days." "What?" By the weekend, things were getting desperate. The vineyard called me a third time, this time practically begging for a response. "We really don't want to cancel, Mr. Taylor, but we need something by Monday." I could feel the tension mounting like a storm front. At this point, I was curious to see how long my family would keep pretending everything was fine before they broke and came to me directly. Sure enough, on Monday morning, I woke up to a text from Mom. "Alex, could you come by tonight? We need to talk about something." No smiley face, no pretense, just a short, clipped message. When I got there that evening, the mood was different. The house felt heavier somehow, quieter. Mom was pacing the kitchen. Dad was sitting at the table with a stack of bills. And Daniel was leaning against the counter, his fiancée looking uncomfortable beside him. "We're having a little issue with the venue," Mom started, wringing her hands. "Nothing major, just a timing problem with the payment." Daniel cut in, scowling. "They're threatening to cancel." I leaned against the doorway. "That's rough." Mom looked at me like she was about to say something, then stopped. Dad cleared his throat. "We were wondering if you might be able to help us out. Just for now. We'd pay you back, of course." I just stood there letting the silence stretch, the power shift hanging in the air like a held breath. For once, I wasn't the one on the outside looking in. They were. And that's when I realized I had a choice. I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. I just let the request hang there, hanging in the thick silence of the kitchen like smoke. For the first time in my life, I saw my parents waiting on me. Actually waiting as if my decision mattered. I can't explain why, but that look on their faces, that tiny crack in their usual certainty, gave me this strange surge of power I wasn't used to having. "Help you out how?" I asked finally, though I already knew. Mom clasped her hands together. "Just a short-term loan. The vineyard wants the rest of the payment right away, and there's been some delays with your father's bonus." "Delays?" I repeated flatly, glancing at Dad. He didn't look at me. "We'd pay you back before the wedding," Mom rushed on. "You know we wouldn't ask if it wasn't important." I didn't respond right away. I just walked over to the table and sat down across from Dad, staring at the stack of bills. That's a lot of paper for someone whose finances are handled. That made him bristle. Watch your tone, he snapped, the old edge creeping into his voice. And just like that, the moment of vulnerability was gone. There it was. The same sharp, dismissive tone that had followed me through my teenage years. The one that meant my feelings were irrelevant, my opinion unnecessary. Daniel crossed his arms. If you can help, then just help. Why do you have to make everything about you? That one stung. Make everything about you? I repeated, laughing once, a humorless little sound. You mean like how you all made the entire party about making sure I wasn't there? Daniel rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. Don't be dramatic. It's not that deep. Not that deep. I felt my voice getting tighter, sharper. You told me I'd ruin the pictures. You texted me. What was it again? Finally. A party without the embarrassment. Daniel didn't even flinch. I was joking. No, you weren't. I shot back. You've never joked about that. You've meant it every time. Mom put a hand on my arm like she was trying to calm me. Alex, this isn't the time. No, this is exactly the time. I cut her off, standing up so fast the chair scraped against the tile. You told me I wasn't good enough to sit at your table. And now you want me to bankroll the table? Do you even hear yourselves? There was a silence so sharp you could hear the clock ticking in the next room. Daniel's fiancée looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor. Dad's jaw tightened. Sit down, he ordered. No, I said, my voice calming now. I think I'll stand for a moment. Nobody moved. Then Daniel snorted. Fine. Forget it. We don't need your money. We'll figure it out ourselves. But the look in his eyes said otherwise. He was worried. He knew they didn't have the cash. I grabbed my jacket from the back of the chair. Good luck with that, I said, heading for the door. Mom called after me, her voice almost breaking. Alex, please don't do this. This is your brother's big moment. I turned back long enough to meet her eyes. Exactly. His big moment. You all made it very clear it's not mine. And then I left. I didn't slam the door. I didn't shout. I just walked out into the cool night air, my heart pounding in my chest. Driving home, my mind was a storm. Part of me was furious. How could they ask me for money after everything they'd said? But another part of me was almost relieved. For years, I'd been holding out hope that one day they'd see me, respect me, treat me like I mattered. Tonight had put that hope to bed. And as painful as that was, it also gave me clarity. The next few days were icy. No calls, no texts. The family group chat was strangely quiet except for my aunt posting a countdown meme about the big day. I went about my life. Went to work. Grabbed drinks with a friend. Pretended like my family drama wasn't sitting in the back of my mind like a ticking clock. Then Saturday rolled around, 2 days before the vineyard's deadline. I was at the grocery store when my phone buzzed. It was a message from Daniel, and just seeing his name made my stomach clench. It said, "Wow, Mom's crying because of you. Hope you're happy. If this party gets canceled, it's on you." I stood there in the cereal aisle staring at my screen, the words burning into my brain. Something about that message, the casual blame, the assumption that this was my fault, flipped a switch inside me. I typed back slowly, "I didn't cancel anything. Pay your own bills." 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. No reply. That night I couldn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, thinking about every family dinner where I'd been talked over, every holiday where I'd been left out, every joke at my expense that I'd laughed off just to keep the peace. It all stacked up like bricks until I could barely breathe under the weight of it. Around midnight, I got up and sat at my desk, staring at my computer screen. I still had the Vineyard's number saved. My mouse hovered over it for a long time before I finally clicked. "Hi, this is Alex Taylor. Yes, I'm aware of the balance. No, I won't be paying it. I just thought you should know that the family you're hosting is currently ignoring your calls." The woman on the other end sighed. "Thank you for letting us know, Mr. Taylor. We'll try one more time tomorrow, but if we don't get anything by Monday, we'll have to release the date." When I hung up, I felt lighter, like I just set something in motion, something I couldn't take back. The next morning, Mom showed up at my apartment unannounced. I opened the door and there she was, looking exhausted, her hair pulled back like she hadn't slept. "Alex," she said, her voice raw, "you're going to ruin this. You know how much this means to your brother." I leaned against the door frame. "No, Mom, I'm not ruining anything. I'm just not saving it." Her face crumpled like I'd slapped her. "We raised you better than this." I almost laughed. "Did you? Because from where I'm standing, you raised me to know my place outside the room, away from the table. Well, I know my place now, and it's not fixing your mess." She didn't say anything for a long moment. Then she just turned and walked back down the hall without another word. I closed the door and leaned against it, my chest heaving. That was the moment I knew there was no going back. By Sunday night, the group chat was blowing up. My aunt asking why the vineyard wasn't returning her calls. Daniel posting angry messages about how unreliable people were ruining everything. Mom sending a vague, "We might have to move the party" text. I watched it all in silence, saying nothing. And then Monday morning came. Monday morning felt strangely calm, like the air right before a thunderstorm. I woke up early, made coffee, and just sat at my kitchen table, scrolling through my phone, waiting for the inevitable fallout. I didn't have to wait long. At 9:14 a.m., my phone buzzed with a call from the vineyard. "Mr. Taylor, I wanted to let you know we still haven't received payment. We've made multiple attempts to contact your parents, but unfortunately, we'll be releasing the reservation by end of day." I thanked her and hung up, heart thudding. This was it, the moment everything would start to unravel. Around noon, I got a group text from Daniel. "Unbelievable. They gave away the date. Nice job, everyone." The floodgates opened. My aunt sent 3 panicked messages about how the invitations were already printed. My cousin asked if they were just going to have it in the backyard now, and Mom went silent, which for her was worse than yelling. Then came the individual texts. From Dad, "You had a chance to be part of this family and you blew it." From Mom, "I hope you're proud of yourself." From Daniel, "We'll never forget this. You just made enemies of your own family." I sat there reading them over and over, each one like a tiny paper cut. The guilt tried to creep in, that old familiar voice telling me I was the problem, that if I had just gone along with what they wanted, everything would be fine. But then I thought about that first phone call, about Mom saying the party was for the kids who make us proud, about Dad's laugh, about Grandma's words. No, this wasn't my mess. Still, the fallout hurt. That night, I drove past my parents' house and saw cars parked all up and down the street. An emergency family meeting. I didn't go in. I just sat there for a minute, headlights off, imagining what was being said inside. I could picture it perfectly. Dad pacing, Mom crying, Daniel ranting about how I'd ruined his perfect day. And in a way, it stung to think of them all united, not in celebration, but in anger at me. Part of me wanted to knock on the door to explain, to make them see that this wasn't my fault. But I didn't. I put the car in drive and went home instead. The next few days were quiet. Too quiet. No texts, no calls, no accidental updates from my aunt on Facebook. It was like I'd been scrubbed from the family narrative entirely, and that hollow ache in my chest got heavier with each passing day. On Wednesday, I ran into Grandma at the grocery store. Normally, she'd at least give me a curt nod. But this time, she didn't even acknowledge me. She just pushed her cart past me like I wasn't there. I don't know why, but that one hit harder than all the angry texts combined. I went home and sat on the couch, staring at the ceiling, trying to process the weight of it all. I wasn't just excluded from the party anymore. I was excluded from them completely. That weekend was supposed to be the engagement party. I saw pictures online of relatives dressed up anyway, sitting at my parents' house with paper streamers and a cake from the grocery store. Daniel's fiancée smiled for the camera, but it didn't reach her eyes. The comments were full of, "It still looked beautiful," and "Family is what matters," and "So glad we could all be together." I closed the app and set my phone down. For years, I had convinced myself that if I just worked harder, achieved more, was easier to love, they'd eventually treat me the way they treated Daniel. But staring at those photos, I finally accepted that it would never be enough. I could hand them the moon, and they'd still call me an embarrassment. That realization hurt more than anything else, but it also gave me a strange sense of freedom. If nothing I did would make them see me as an equal, then I had no reason to keep bending myself into knots for their approval. The next day, I called a lawyer friend from college. Not about anything dramatic, not yet, but just to ask some questions about contracts, about deposits, about what options an event venue has when a client defaults on payment. He was curious, but didn't press too hard. Just gave me a rundown of how these things typically work. "You'd be surprised," he said at one point. "Most places would rather negotiate than lose a client entirely, especially if someone else is willing to take over the contract." That little piece of information stuck with me. I started thinking about what would happen if I called the vineyard back. What if I asked them to reinstate the date? Not for Daniel's party, but for something else, something of my own. At first, the idea felt ridiculous. What would I even throw a party for? But the more I thought about it, the more appealing it sounded. Not as revenge, not yet, but as a statement. Over the next week, I quietly started looking into it. The vineyard was hesitant at first. "We just canceled that reservation and there are fees involved." But when I offered to pay the full amount up front, suddenly they were all smiles. It was strange writing that check. I wasn't rich by any means, but I had been careful with my money, saving for years. It was more than I had ever spent on a single thing in my life. And yet, as I handed it over, I felt lighter. This wasn't about Daniel anymore. This was about me. Of course, I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. Let them think I was sulking in my apartment, licking my wounds. In reality, I was planning. The invitations weren't fancy, just a simple design I ordered online. But when I dropped them in the mail, my hands were steady. I invited a few close friends, some coworkers, and even a couple of my cousins who'd quietly reached out to me after the cancellation to say they thought what happened was wrong. I didn't post about it online. I didn't text the group chat. I just waited. And then 2 weeks later, the first rumor hit. My cousin messaged me privately asking, "Are you really having an event at Greenleaf next month?" I smiled at my phone before replying. "Yeah." I typed, "I am." She didn't say anything for a moment, then just sent back, "Wow, that's going to go over well." I set my phone down and leaned back in my chair, feeling a strange mix of nerves and anticipation. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't waiting for their approval. I was waiting for their reaction, and I had a feeling it was going to be explosive. The weeks leading up to my event felt like living with a secret too good to share. For years, I had been the invisible one, the one who went along quietly while my family made the rules. But now, for once, I was the one with the plan. It was subtle at first, just a private satisfaction that made getting up in the morning feel lighter. My coworkers noticed it too. "You seem different," one of them said as we grabbed lunch. "Yeah," I asked, playing it off. "Yeah, happier. Like you know something we don't." I smiled. "Maybe I do." I didn't tell them everything, but I did tell them I was hosting something special soon. A few of them looked surprised. I wasn't exactly known as the party type, but they were quick to RSVP when the invitations came through. Meanwhile, the family silence was starting to break, but not in the way I expected. At first, there were just stray comments on Facebook from relatives, cryptic posts about loyalty and family coming together. Then, a week before my event, Daniel texted me out of nowhere. "So, I hear you booked the vineyard. What's that about?" I stared at my phone for a long time before replying with just, "It's a celebration." His reply came back instantly. "Of what?" I typed back, "You'll see." And then I left it at that. The next day, Mom called. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. "Alex," she started, skipping pleasantries. "What exactly are you planning?" "An event," I said simply, keeping my tone calm. "An event," she repeated. "At the vineyard we chose." "It's a nice place," I said. "I thought it would be perfect." There was a long pause, and then she sighed heavily. "You know how this looks, don't you? People are going to think you're trying to upstage your brother." I let that hang for a beat. "Am I?" I asked, my voice cool. Another pause. Alex, please. This family has been through enough embarrassment. I almost laughed at that. Embarrassment, I said, letting a bit of steel into my voice. Funny how I've been the one carrying that label all these years. But suddenly you're worried about what people will think. She didn't respond right away. Then quietly, she said, "Don't do this." But there was no real authority in her voice this time, just a flicker of fear. "I'm not doing anything wrong," I said finally. "I just booked a venue. The rest is up to you." And with that, I ended the call. After that, the tone of the family group chat shifted completely. For months, I'd been the ghost in the chat, the one whose messages went unanswered. But now, every time I posted something vague, a photo of a wine glass, a screenshot of a menu, I could practically feel the tension radiating back through the screen. One of my cousins texted me privately, "Dude, whatever you're doing, this is the most fun our family chat has been in years." They're all freaking out. Couldn't help but grin at that. Meanwhile, my own preparations were coming together beautifully. The vineyard sent me sample menus, and I picked every dish with care. Not because I wanted to rub anything in anyone's face, but because I wanted this event to be exactly what I had always been denied. A space where I belonged. When I sent out the final RSVP confirmations, I was surprised at how many said yes. Friends, coworkers, even a couple of distant relatives who had quietly expressed sympathy after the engagement party fiasco. But the biggest shock came 3 days before the event, when I got a message from Daniel's fiancée. "Hi Alex, I hope you don't mind me reaching out. I just wanted to say I think what happened with the party was awful. You deserve better, and honestly, I think what you're doing is brave." I had to read the message twice to believe it. Brave wasn't a word anyone in my family had ever used about me. "Thanks," I wrote back, unsure how else to respond. She replied almost immediately, "If I could, I'd come. But Daniel would lose his mind." That one made me pause. It was the first time I realized she might not be as on board with the family narrative as I thought. Planted a seed. 2 days later, the morning of the event, I woke up before sunrise. The air felt electric. For a long time, I just sat on the edge of my bed staring at the RSVP list, letting it sink in that this was actually happening. By late afternoon, the vineyard was glowing. The staff had outdone themselves. The tables were set with white linens, candles flickered in the golden light, and the garden outside looked like something out of a magazine. As guests started to arrive, I felt something shift inside me. This wasn't just about proving a point anymore. This was about rewriting the story. One of my coworkers clapped me on the shoulder. "You really went all out, huh?" "Yeah," I said, smiling. "I guess I did." And then, just as the sun was starting to set, I saw a familiar car pull into the parking lot. It was my parents. For a moment, I just stood there frozen, heart pounding. I hadn't invited them. I hadn't invited Daniel either. But there they were, stepping out of the car, looking around like they just walked into enemy territory. Mom's eyes found mine across the lawn, and for a moment we just stared at each other. Then she started walking toward me. I didn't move. Mom's heels clicked against the stone path as she approached, every step sharp enough to cut through the music drifting from the speakers. She looked impeccable, of course. Hair perfect, outfit carefully chosen. But there was a tightness around her mouth that told me this wasn't a social call. Dad followed a few paces behind, his expression unreadable, the way it always got when he was about to scold me but wanted to appear reasonable first. "Alex," Mom said finally, stopping just in front of me. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were scanning everything. The tables, the candles, the guests who were beginning to glance over curiously. "What is this?" I gestured around us. "A party," I said evenly. "I thought you liked parties." "This isn't funny," she said sharply. "You booked the exact venue we chose for Daniel's engagement party. People are talking about this. They think you're trying to embarrass us." I tilted my head as if considering it. "Are you embarrassed?" Her jaw tightened. "This isn't about me. This is about family, about respect." That one nearly made me laugh. Respect. The same people who told me I'd ruined the pictures were suddenly lecturing me about respect. Before I could answer, Dad stepped in, his tone low and controlled. Alex, call this off. Whatever point you think you're trying to make, you've made it. You got everyone's attention. Now stop before you make a scene you can't take back. I looked between them, taking in the carefully neutral expressions they wore, the ones that always meant their patience was running thin, that I was on the verge of disappointing them again. And suddenly I didn't feel small. Not anymore. Call it off, I repeated, letting the words hang in the air. No, you don't get to tell me to cancel this. Not after you canceled me. Dad's eyes narrowed. You're overreacting. That old phrase, the one they'd used my entire life to shut me down, to make me doubt my own feelings. This time it didn't work. No, I said quietly but firmly. For once, I'm reacting exactly the right amount. Mom glanced over her shoulder and noticed people watching us, including a few of my coworkers and cousins. Her perfect composure cracked for just a second before she smoothed it over with a tight smile. Can we talk about this privately? She asked. No, I said. You told me I wasn't good enough to sit at your table. Well, this is my table, and you don't get to sit at it unless I say so. Her lips parted like she might argue, but then she caught the look on my face and went quiet. Dad muttered something under his breath, probably an insult, and started to turn away. But that's when I said it. Oh, by the way, the vineyard told me about the unpaid bill. Interesting how you had money for Daniel's ring, the suit fittings, the cake, but not for the venue deposit. That stopped him cold. His back stiffened, and when he turned to face me, there was a flash of something raw in his eyes. Guilt, anger, maybe both. You had no right, he began. They called me. I cut him off. They thought I might be able to reach you, and you know what? I could have helped. I could have fixed it. But why should I? I could see Mom's composure unraveling by the second. She took a step closer, lowering her voice so only I could hear. You're going to humiliate your brother in front of everyone. Is that what you want? I met her gaze steadily. I just want you all to know what it feels like to be on the outside looking in. And with that, I turned and walked back toward my guests, leaving them standing there, forced to decide whether to stay and watch or retreat. Inside, my heart was pounding, but not from fear, from adrenaline. For the first time in years, I was setting the terms. As the evening went on, I kept catching glimpses of them lingering at the edge of the crowd, watching but not joining. It was surreal. My parents, the arbiters of who was in and out in the family, now standing on the sidelines. And then halfway through the night, Daniel showed up. He didn't just arrive. He stormed in, not even glancing at the staff as he made a beeline for me. What is this? He demanded, loud enough for a few guests to look over. I set my drink down and faced him calmly. It's called an event, Daniel. People have them all the time. You're pathetic, he spat. You couldn't stand that we had a perfect engagement party, so you had to make it about you. Perfect, I said, letting my voice carry just enough that the nearby guests could hear. You mean the party that got canceled because nobody paid for it? He froze, and I saw the color drain from his face. You had no right to. They called me, I said, my tone steady. And I said no, because I was done cleaning up after a family who thinks I'm an embarrassment. There was a ripple through the room, people pretending not to listen, but very clearly listening. Daniel looked around, realized he was losing control of the narrative, and stepped closer until he was practically in my face. You're going to regret this, he hissed. I smiled, a small, calm smile that I knew would infuriate him more than anything. Maybe, I said, but not tonight. For a long moment we just stood there staring each other down. Then he turned on his heel and stalked out, his fiancée hurrying after him. The rest of the evening felt electric. People kept coming up to me, quietly, offering words of support, telling me I'd handled myself well. A few even admitted they'd wondered for years why I was always treated like the odd one out. Later, as the last guests were leaving, the vineyard manager approached me. Mr. Taylor, I just wanted to say it was refreshing to see how graciously you handled everything tonight. Most people would have lost their temper in that situation. I thanked her, but inside, something sharper was forming. This night wasn't just about reclaiming a little dignity anymore. It was about showing them that I could do more than just stand up for myself. I could change the entire dynamic. The next morning, I woke up to a flurry of texts from relatives. Some were supportive, saying they were proud of me for finally standing up to the favoritism. Others were furious, calling me selfish or vindictive. But the most telling message came from Daniel. "You think this is over? Fine. Just wait. When the wedding comes, you won't even be invited, and no one will care." I stared at that message for a long time, then set my phone down with a strange sense of calm. He had no idea what was coming, because if they thought this was just about a party, they hadn't seen anything yet. The morning after my event, I woke up with a kind of clarity I hadn't felt in years. Not the jittery, anxious clarity of confrontation, but a steady, calm one. The kind you get when you know exactly what needs to happen next. Daniel's last text replayed in my mind like a challenge. "You won't even be invited." Good. Let him think he's shutting me out. He had no idea that I was already thinking 3 steps ahead. I sat at my kitchen table with a notebook and pen, writing down everything I knew. The unpaid vineyard bill, the catering contracts they bragged about but hadn't finalized, the custom invitations already printed with a date they no longer had reserved. My lawyer friend's words from a few weeks ago echoed in my head. Venues would rather negotiate than lose a client entirely. So I made a call. "Hi, this is Alex Taylor. I understand there was a previous booking for the Taylor engagement party that was canceled. I'd like to inquire about taking over their wedding date." The woman on the other end was quiet for a second, probably processing what I just asked. "You mean you want to reserve the same weekend they had blocked out?" "Yes," I said evenly. "If it's still available." It was. I paid the deposit that afternoon. It wasn't about throwing a second party. Not exactly. I wasn't going to spend a fortune just to have a petty gathering out of spite. But reserving that date did 2 things. First, it secured leverage. Second, it made it impossible for them to simply slide back in and pretend nothing had happened. 2 days later, the fallout began. Daniel called me, not texted, called, which was rare enough that I almost didn't recognize the number. I let it go to voicemail. His voice was tense, bordering on furious. "Alex, we just tried to rebook the vineyard for the wedding, and apparently someone already reserved it. The exact same weekend. I swear to God, if this is you..." Click. I saved the voicemail. The next day, Mom texted, "Please call me. We need to talk about the date." I waited 3 hours before replying, "Sorry, busy at work." An hour later, she sent another. "You don't understand, Alex. The invitations are already out. This is a disaster." I stared at that message for a long time, then typed back, "You told me I didn't deserve a seat at the table. Consider this me making sure you save a few chairs." No reply. That weekend, I went to the vineyard to finalize a few details for my booking. The manager was professional, but I could tell she was curious. "You do realize this is the same date your family had been asking about?" "I do," I said. "I just figured since they couldn't pay on time, I might as well make use of it." She gave me a look, not judgmental, just knowing, and nodded. "We'll make sure everything runs smoothly for you." Meanwhile, the group chat went from awkward silence to outright chaos. Daniel sent a passive-aggressive message about selfish people ruining other people's happiness. My aunt tried to smooth things over with, "Family should stick together." And my cousin sent me a private message that just said, "Legend." By Monday, Mom was at my door again. "Alex," she said the moment I opened it, her voice low but urgent, "please release the date." I leaned against the frame, arms crossed. "Why?" "Because this is Daniel's wedding. It's supposed to be his perfect day." "Perfect," I repeated. "Like the perfect engagement party you all made sure I wasn't welcome at?" Her lips thinned. "This isn't the same thing." "Yes, it is," I said. "It's exactly the same thing. Only this time you can't just pretend I don't exist." She took a deep breath like she was trying very hard not to lose her temper. "You're hurting the whole family." I almost laughed. "No, Mom. I'm just no longer volunteering to be the one who gets hurt quietly while everyone else has a great time. Her composure slipped for just a moment, and I saw something I hadn't seen before. Not anger, not disappointment, but fear. Real fear that I might actually go through with this. And that's when I knew I had them. I didn't cave. I didn't yell. I just smiled politely and said, "I think about it." But I didn't think about it. I confirmed the date and paid in full. Word got around fast. Within days, the entire family knew. I started getting messages from relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. Some begged me to reconsider. Others accused me of being cruel. One uncle even tried to call me immature, which made me laugh out loud. This from the man who once refused to attend Thanksgiving because someone forgot to make pecan pie. Meanwhile, Daniel escalated. He posted a long, dramatic rant on Facebook about betrayal and jealous siblings trying to ruin our happiness. His friends chimed in, calling me names, saying I should be ashamed. I didn't reply. Instead, I started planning exactly what I would do with the date I'd secured. I wasn't going to just have a dinner. I was going to make it an event they couldn't ignore. And I was going to invite everyone except them. It wasn't about revenge for revenge's sake anymore. It was about rewriting the narrative. They had spent years controlling how I was seen in this family. And now, for once, I was the one telling the story. I upgraded the package at the vineyard, added a live band, upgraded the menu. I didn't care that it cost extra. I had been saving for years, and I figured if there was ever a time to invest in something meaningful, this was it. When the invitations went out, I didn't send them to the family group chat. I sent them individually, one by one, to the people I actually wanted there. A few cousins reached out privately, torn between loyalty and curiosity. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" one of them asked. "Absolutely," I said. "But no pressure. Come if you want to. If not, I'll understand." And that was the difference. I wasn't demanding anyone's presence. I wasn't guilting anyone. I was just building something I believed in and letting people choose whether to be part of it. The night before the event, I got one last message from Daniel. "If you go through with this, you're dead to me." I stared at it for a long time. Then I turned off my phone, set it face down, and went to bed early. The next day, I woke up calm. The vineyard was ready. The band was setting up. The sun was shining. It was, ironically, a perfect day for a wedding, just not Daniel's. As the first guests started to arrive, I caught a glimpse of a car slowing down just outside the property. I knew that car. It was my parents. They didn't pull in this time. They just sat there watching, as if trying to decide whether to confront me again or drive away. And then another car pulled up behind them. Daniel's. He got out, slammed the door, and started walking toward the entrance. My heart started pounding, not from fear, but from anticipation, because I knew this was the moment everything would come to a head, and this time I was ready. Daniel's footsteps crunched on the gravel as he stormed toward me. His jaw set and his face flushed with anger. The vineyard was bathed in soft afternoon light, the kind that made the tables glow, and the candles looked like they were floating. Guests were mingling nearby, holding glasses of wine, but one by one, they noticed him and went quiet. It was like the air itself shifted, heavier, expectant. "Are you kidding me?" Daniel's voice cut through the murmurs. "You actually went through with this?" I didn't flinch. I didn't raise my voice. I just stood there calmly, hands in my pockets, letting him rant. "You ruined my engagement party," he continued, his voice rising. "You stole our venue. You stole our date. And now you're what? Throwing some kind of victory party just to rub it in." I took a slow breath and looked around at the guests before answering. "I didn't ruin anything, Daniel. You and Mom and Dad made your own choices. You told me I wasn't welcome. You laughed about it. And when you needed me, the first thing you did was blame me for not cleaning up your mess." I gestured to the event around us. "This is me saying I'm done being the family's punchline." "You're pathetic," he spat. "You think anyone here actually cares about you? They're just here for the free wine." A few of my coworkers exchanged looks, and one of them said loudly, "Actually, we're here because Alex invited us, and because he's a good person who doesn't deserve to be treated like garbage. The silence that followed was deafening. Daniel's face turned an even deeper shade of red. "Daniel," I said quietly, but firmly, "you might want to lower your voice. People are listening." He glanced around and realized he'd lost control of the narrative again. For once, there were witnesses. People seeing the golden boy lose his temper while I stayed calm. That's when Mom and Dad finally got out of the car and approached. Mom's face was pale. Dad's was stone. "Alex," Dad said stiffly, "whatever point you think you're making, it's gone far enough. Release the date. Cancel this event. Do the right thing for once in your life." That last part hit me like a slap. And then, strangely, it didn't hurt. Not the way it used to. I straightened, feeling taller, somehow stronger. "I am doing the right thing," I said evenly. "For me. For the first time in my life." Mom stepped closer, lowering her voice to a pleading tone. "Please think about your brother's reputation. People are talking." "They should," I said. "They should talk about how you told your own son he'd ruin your pictures. About how you said I didn't deserve a seat at the table. About how you begged me for money after you spent weeks reminding me I wasn't part of this family." Her lips parted, but no sound came out. "This isn't about revenge," I continued. "This is about boundaries. I'm not your scapegoat anymore. I'm not your backup plan, and I'm not going to disappear quietly just because it makes you more comfortable." Dad's expression hardened. "Then you're no son of mine." That line, the kind that would have gutted me a year ago, just made me feel oddly calm. "Maybe not," I said softly. "I am a man who knows his worth, and that's enough for me." There was a long, loaded silence. Daniel looked furious. Mom looked close to tears, and Dad just stood there like a statue. Finally, Mom turned on her heel and walked back toward the car. "Come on," she said to Daniel over her shoulder. "We're leaving." But Daniel didn't move. He just stood there glaring at me until his fiancée, who had been standing a few steps back this whole time, put a hand on his arm. "Daniel," she said quietly, but clearly enough for everyone nearby to hear. "Maybe this isn't about Alex ruining anything. Maybe this is about you." That seemed to knock the wind out of him. His anger faltered for just a second before he yanked his arm away and stormed back to the car. When they drove off, the tension that had been hanging over the vineyard seemed to break like a popped balloon. Conversations resumed. The band started playing again, and someone handed me a fresh glass of wine. One of my coworkers leaned over. "That," he said with a grin, "was the classiest takedown I've ever seen." I just nodded, my hands still a little shaky from the adrenaline, and took a sip of wine. The rest of the night was incredible. We ate, we laughed, we toasted to new beginnings. For the first time in years, I felt truly present. Not like a supporting character in someone else's story, but like the main one in my own. Later, as the evening wound down and the last guests were leaving, I stood outside under the vineyard string lights, looking out over the rows of grapevines. The stars were starting to come out, bright against the dark sky. I thought about all the years I had tried to earn a seat at their table, tried to prove myself, tried to shrink myself to fit into the mold they wanted. And then I smiled, because tonight I hadn't just gotten a seat at the table. I had built my own table, and it was full of people who wanted to be there. As the last candle flickered out, I whispered to myself, I didn't just get even, I got free. And for the first time, I really believed it. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My wife and in-laws are excluding me from my son's birthday party, which I paid for, so I canceled everything and planned a separate celebration. A few months ago, I started planning my son Emiliano's birthday party. He was about to turn 8, and I wanted it to be an unforgettable day for him. We arranged everything in a big venue with inflatable games, clowns, everything a kid could dream of. I paid for everything, literally every detail. I was excited because it was going to be his first big party with his school friends. But as the date approached, I started noticing that something was changing. My wife, Valeria, began to exclude me from important decisions. At first, I didn't think much of it, but over time, I realized that her parents, my in-laws, were taking on a more central role. They weren't even asking for my opinion anymore. The guest list, the menu, the decorations, they decided everything. The worst part was that whenever I tried to give my opinion, they made me feel like an outsider. My father-in-law, in particular, looked at me as if I wasn't part of the family, as if I wasn't Emiliano's father. One day, while they were working on a guest list, I noticed something that made me snap. None of my friends or family were included. When I confronted Valeria about it, her response was cold and direct. "It's better if they don't come. We don't want them to bother my parents." Excuse me? This was my son's birthday, and I couldn't invite the people I wanted? But what hurt the most was when Emiliano, my own son, asked me sadly, "Why don't my grandparents want you at the party?" He had noticed. He knew something was wrong. He told me he didn't like staying with his maternal grandparents because they always spoke badly about me when I wasn't around, and that he'd rather spend his birthday with me. That broke my heart. My own son was witnessing how they disrespected me, and I didn't know how to shield him from that toxicity. I decided to confront Valeria once more. I told her it wasn't fair what they were doing, that they were excluding me from the party I paid for, and that Emiliano wanted to spend more time with me. Her response? "It's our son's party, but my parents also have the right to enjoy it their way." That was the last straw. At that moment, I made a radical decision. If they didn't want me at the party, then there would be no party. I canceled the venue, the clowns, the games. It was over. Meanwhile, I started planning something special just for Emiliano and me, something that would truly make him happy. He didn't deserve to be caught in the middle of adult tensions. When I told Emiliano what I had decided, his eyes lit up. He hugged me and said, "Dad, I don't care about the party. I just want to be with you." So I suggested something. "Instead of a party, why don't we spend a day at the amusement park you love so much?" The day of his birthday arrived. Valeria and her parents were still preparing everything for the party, unaware that none of what they had planned would happen. Meanwhile, Emiliano and I were at the park laughing and having fun, far away from all the drama. But then I received an unexpected call. The number on the screen was Valeria's. I hesitated before answering, knowing this probably wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. Emiliano was still full of joy, laughing in the background as he climbed onto one of the tallest rides in the park. With a deep breath, I picked up. "Hello! You canceled everything?" Valeria's voice was a mix of surprise and fury. "Yes, I canceled it. It made no sense to keep paying for a party I was being excluded from. Emiliano and I are at the park now. He's having a great time, in case you're wondering." There was a moment of silence on the other end. I imagined she was processing what I had just said. "How could you do this, Lucas? My parents are furious. They're here with the guests waiting, and you've ruined everything." Her voice grew louder, clearly trying to make me feel guilty. "Don't start with that, Valeria. You and your parents are the ones who ruined everything. You completely cut me out of my son's party, the party I paid for. I'm not going to fund a spectacle to stroke your parents' egos while they treat me like an outsider. This wasn't just about you, Lucas. My parents were excited, and Emiliano deserved this party." She began in, but I cut her off. "Emiliano didn't even want this party, Valeria. He told me he'd rather be with me because he's tired of hearing your parents talk badly about me behind my back. Did you know that? Do you even realize how much that hurts?" He understands exactly what's going on. There was another silence, this time longer. Valeria seemed lost for words, but then I heard my father-in-law's voice in the background, clearly irate. He shouted something like, "Give me the phone," and then he was on the line. "Lucas, how dare you do this? You humiliated our family, canceling a party without even telling us. You're an ungrateful fool. Ungrateful." I snapped, my patience wearing thin. "I paid for everything, every single cent, and yet you all thought you could ignore me completely. This isn't about you. It's about Emiliano, my son, whom you're using to boost your own egos. You have no right to speak to us like that," he roared. "We're his grandparents, and we have just as much right to decide as you do. Rights? You have rights when you respect the child's father, which you never have. And you know what? You don't deserve my respect either. Emiliano and I are far away from your toxicity now, and I plan to keep it that way. I hung up before he could respond. My heart was racing, and I took a moment to collect myself. Emiliano ran over, holding a giant cotton candy, his face glowing with happiness. "Are you okay, Dad?" he asked, frowning slightly. "I'm fine, champ," I replied, kneeling to his level. "Today is your day. That's all that matters." We spent the rest of the day at the park, completely ignoring the constant calls from Valeria and her parents. When night fell, we had dinner at Emiliano's favorite restaurant and went home, exhausted but happy. However, the peace didn't last long. The next morning, I woke up to a notification. It was an email from Valeria. As I opened it, I found a long, accusatory message. She blamed me for ruining Emiliano's relationship with his grandparents, called me selfish and immature, and threatened to fight for full custody of Emiliano. I laughed in disbelief. Did she seriously think she had any chance? Emiliano had made it clear how much he preferred being with me, but her threat was a wake-up call. I couldn't underestimate how far she and her parents might go to hurt me. Later, when I picked up Emiliano from school, I noticed something was off. He was quieter than usual, looking sad. I asked him what had happened, and he told me his mom had taken him out earlier for a special lunch with his grandparents, where they spent the whole time bad-mouthing me. "They said you're selfish, Dad, but I know it's not true." He hugged me tightly, and my heart broke. I decided it was time to act. I called my lawyer and explained everything. This wasn't just about me anymore. It was about protecting Emiliano from this toxic environment. He didn't deserve to be a pawn in their ego-driven games. While waiting for the legal process to unfold, I focused on my time with Emiliano. I made it clear to him that no matter what, he could always count on me. But deep down, I knew this battle was just beginning. Valeria and her parents wouldn't give up easily, and I had to be ready for whatever came next. What I didn't know was that they were already planning something even more drastic, something that would turn my world upside down. The next morning, I woke up determined to act. I had been patient for far too long, enduring things no one should have to tolerate. My priority was Emiliano, protecting him from the toxicity his mother and grandparents were imposing on him. I called my lawyer immediately, explaining the situation and emphasizing how they were not only excluding me as a father, but also using my son as an emotional pawn. He listened carefully and agreed that this was more than enough to file for divorce and, most importantly, fight for custody of Emiliano. "Lucas, the most important thing right now is to document everything. We need evidence to show that this environment is harmful to your son. Save messages, record conversations, and write down everything Emiliano says about how he feels with his mother and grandparents," he advised. I did exactly that. I saved all of Valeria's passive-aggressive messages, recorded our phone calls, and started keeping a detailed journal of every time Emiliano came back sad or told me something concerning about his grandparents. I even recorded conversations where my ex-in-laws blatantly insulted me. Meanwhile, Emiliano showed more and more signs of distress. One night, as I tucked him into bed, he looked at me with confusion in his eyes and asked, "Dad, why does Mom say you don't love me?" My heart shattered into pieces. How could Valeria stoop so low? I summoned all my strength to respond calmly. "That's not true, champ. I love you more than anything in the world, and no matter what anyone says, you will always be my priority." The next day, I decided to confront Valeria face to face. I arranged to meet her at a cafe near her house. When I arrived, she was already there, staring at her phone with that air of superiority that had always irritated me. "What do you want, Lucas?" she said, barely glancing up. "I want to make it clear that I'm not going to tolerate what you're doing to Emiliano anymore. It's unacceptable for you to use our son to try to hurt me." She laughed, a cold and dismissive sound. "Use him, Lucas? Don't be dramatic. I'm just protecting Emiliano from you. You're not exactly a model of stability." "Stability?" I responded, my voice rising slightly, though I tried to keep my composure. "I'm the only one who truly puts Emiliano first. You and your parents are poisoning him against me, and the worst part is he's starting to notice." She shook her head, feigning boredom. "What really hurts Emiliano is you always trying to be the hero, He said that, or is that something you planted in his head? The argument continued, but it became clear that Valeria had no intention of changing. Finally, I made my position clear. I'm filing for divorce, and I'm going to fight for custody of Emiliano. Her eyes finally showed something I hadn't seen in years. Fear. You won't win, she whispered. My parents have money, connections. Emiliano will stay with me. We'll see, I said, walking out of the cafe without looking back. The legal process was long and exhausting. For months, my lawyer and I presented evidence of the toxic environment Valeria and her parents had created. Text messages, recorded calls, statements from teachers who noticed changes in Emiliano's behavior. Even Emiliano, during a session with a child psychologist, expressed that he felt safer and happier with me. Valeria tried to fight back. Her lawyers attempted to paint me as an unstable father obsessed with controlling Emiliano, but their arguments were easily dismantled. The judge was unimpressed with how Valeria and her parents had excluded my family from Emiliano's birthday party, or with the evidence showing how the grandparents cared more about their own pride than the child's well-being. On the day of the final decision, Valeria appeared confident, but I felt calm. When the judge began reading the verdict, every word confirmed what I already knew. Emiliano would stay with me. After reviewing all the evidence, it is clear to this court that the environment in the mother's household is detrimental to the emotional well-being of the child. Therefore, custody is awarded to the father, Lucas. The mother will have supervised visitation rights as determined by the court. Valeria screamed in the courtroom, accusing me of manipulating the system. Her parents were furious, their faces red with anger, threatening to appeal, but none of that mattered. Emiliano was finally safe. As we left the courtroom, I hugged my son tightly and promised him that our life would be different. No more manipulation. No more unnecessary drama, just peace and happiness. However, my ex-in-laws were not ready to accept defeat. A few days later, I received a threatening letter from them, accusing me of stealing their grandson and promising they would do everything in their power to fix the situation. I knew the battle wasn't over yet, but I was ready for whatever came next. The most important thing was that Emiliano was now where he wanted to be, with me in a home where he could finally be a happy child. The following weeks were filled with judgmental looks, hostile messages, and inevitable gossip. Valeria and her family were determined to paint me as the villain in the story, the cruel man who stole Emiliano from his mother and grandparents. First, it bothered me, seeing the lies they spread, the baseless accusations, and their constant attempts to cast me as a monster was exhausting. But then, something changed within me. I realized it didn't matter what they thought or said. The only thing that truly mattered was Emiliano and the life we were building together. The first thing I did was create a warm and safe environment for him. I remodeled our new home, transforming his room into a space where he could feel free to be himself. I filled the walls with his favorite drawings. Together, we installed shelves for his toys, and we created a special corner for his books and games. He helped me with every detail, and seeing him so excited about the changes reaffirmed my decision to fight for him. "Do you like it, champ?" I asked as he placed the last book on the shelf. "I love it, Dad. This really feels like home." Those words stayed with me. A real home, something he clearly hadn't felt before. Meanwhile, Valeria and her parents didn't miss an opportunity to interfere. Every supervised visit was an occasion for them to play the victims, complaining to Emiliano about how unfair I was and telling him he didn't understand how much they were suffering. But Emiliano, with his innocence and intelligence, seemed to see through more than they realized. "Dad, why does Mom say you took me away from her?" he asked one evening during dinner. "Because she's hurt, son. Sometimes people say things when they're sad, but that doesn't mean they're right," I answered, trying to be honest without dragging him into the conflict. He nodded thoughtfully and then changed the subject, excitedly talking about something he'd learned at school. His maturity impressed me, and I knew it was my responsibility to ensure he grew up without carrying the weight of adult conflicts. My family became an essential pillar during this time. My parents, who had been excluded from Emiliano's life for so long, now made it a point to be present at every important moment. They took him on outings, attended his school games, and even taught him how to cook small recipes. Watching Emiliano so connected to them was something I hadn't realized I needed until it happened. Meanwhile, Valeria and her parents continued their attempts to destabilize me. One afternoon, I received a message from her. "You might have fooled the judge, but everyone knows who you really are. Emiliano will see it one day." I deleted the message without replying. There was no room for that kind of toxicity in my life anymore. My focus was on Emiliano and the family we were rebuilding. Over time, I started noticing something. Valeria's visits became less frequent. Her parents, who had once tried to manipulate Emiliano at every opportunity, started appearing less and less. It was as if, slowly, they were accepting that their influence over him was fading. Emiliano also seemed more at ease, more confident. One day, as I was driving him to school, he said something that caught me off guard. "Dad, I think they only like me because they want to use me against you." I stopped the car for a moment and looked at him. He was only 8 years old, yet he understood things that many adults never could. "That will never happen, son. You are loved for who you are, and no one has the right to use you to hurt someone else." He smiled, and I knew we were on the right path. As the months went by, the distance between Emiliano and his maternal family grew. He no longer felt comfortable during the supervised visits and even asked to see them less often. I respected his decision, knowing it was important for him to have autonomy over those relationships. Valeria continued to blame me for everything. According to her, I was the reason her life was falling apart. Her parents reinforced this narrative, telling anyone who would listen that I had stolen their grandson and destroyed their family. But I no longer cared. I learned to ignore the whispers and judgmental looks. They could think whatever they wanted. I knew the truth, Emiliano knew the truth, and in the end, that was all that mattered. Today, we live a quiet life. Emiliano is happy, surrounded by love and support. His relationship with my family is stronger than ever, and he's growing up to be a confident and secure child. As for Valeria and her parents, they remained stuck in the past, blaming everyone but themselves for the consequences of their actions. I, however, moved forward, focused on my life and my son's happiness because, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who sees me as the villain. The only opinion that truly matters is Emiliano's, and he knows he can always count on me, no matter what. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.